Wow. Hey everybody, how's everyone doing today? Give me a second. Damn it. There you go. Hey everybody. So, well, I'm hoping I don't get fucking tired today. fucking falling asleep. Falling asleep and shit for having lack of slumber. I think that's like my main problem right now at the moment. Not gonna lie, chat. Not gonna lie. Probably, kinda sucks. I'm gonna be honest with you. Kinda really fucking sucks. Anyways, how's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. Speaking of which, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Oh, great. Is my camera freaking out again? I think my camera's freaking out again. It is. Oh, did it crash? I think my my freaking program crashed actually. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, it crashed. Okay. All right. I'm just going to shut it down and reopen it back up again. Wow, what a great way to start stream, you know. But yeah, I try to sleep a little bit more today. You know, I got like a few extra hours of sleep, but not a lot. instead of instead of sleeping like 3 or 4 hours, you know, I slept for like 3 hours. I slept for 5 hours. So I guess I got like 2 whole hours of extra sleep. Wow, you know. Yeah, so so I went to bed, right? Like I went to bed right after stream or so. And I shit you not, you know, we rated Shoko yesterday. I go to sleep, right? I wake up in like 5 hours, and Shoko is like still streaming, and I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Why am I fucking awake? I only slept for like 5 hours, and then I try to go back to sleep. It was kind of hard to get back to sleep. Took about like an hour or so to get back to sleep, but I managed to get back to sleep. And then I woke up again like a few hours later, and I was like, okay, maybe that kind of works, but not really the best. So we'll see how I'm feeling today, you know. But if I am reaching my limit or so, I will probably end stream though, because man, I was literally, so like I'm gonna say this, right? The part of the fishing race or so, where you became like the little puffer fish or so, to do the little race or so, I was literally passing out in the middle of that, to be honest. I'll be straight up honest, I was actually legitly like passing out from it. It was just like, oh man. I was literally fading in and out of consciousness on that specific part. I was like, fuck, I gotta get up. I have to like get up and go do something. So I just went to go do something just to be like, fuck, dude, that shit, that shit, that shit, that shit. Like, the problem is like, dude, it's just for number one, right? Number one, the big factor, it was lack of sleep. That's number one, right? And then like number two is like there's just no music being played in the background or so while we're like exploring the world and whatnot, you know? Like I get it, you know, like I've said multiple times, right? I don't listen to Genshin music anymore because it puts me to sleep, which it still does, right? But I'll give it benefit of the doubt, right? When I played Genshin at the very beginning at 1.0, at least there was music playing in the background and it was still enjoyable to listen to, you know, because you're in a fantasy, you know, you're in a fantasy world and whatnot, right? But then when it comes to Withering Waves, it's like all you hear is just the sound of the wind and then you rustling through the grass, you know, and that is pretty much it, you know. And I was just like, fuck, dude, like, tough, dude, I'm so fucking tired from like just constantly like not hearing like anything, like no music, no nothing. At least like some at least give me an ambiance music or something to work with, you know. Okay, so it is a bug. Okay, good, because I put it in my review or so for Withering Waves, which I'll probably be doing my review or so. I'll probably be working on it right after right after whatchamacallit, right after the echo farming thing. Man, dude, it's brutal without listening any music, to be honest. I'll be honest with you, it is very brutal. I'm just like, fuck, dude, I'm passing the fuck out. Like, Jesus fuck. I gotta put on PGR music from their other game in order for me to get satisfied, you know? That says a lot, to be honest, you know? And even then, the music that they added in is so, like, it's all right, but I feel like they can do better, you know? I feel like they can definitely do better. I think it's if I remember correctly, I think Vanguard Studio is making the OST, but I could be wrong. Can I hold on? Is there a way to check who is doing the OST for the game? Let me see. Who is actually doing the OST for this game?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
uh I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to see like who is like who made this who made the OST? Huh. I don't know. Some people are saying that Vanguard Studios is not doing the OST for WUWA apparently. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. Apparently Vanguard is not. Yeah, so apparently Vanguard is not making the OST for WUWA, which is kind of a bit disappointing in my personal opinion. Let me see. Um I don't know, chat. What do you guys think, chat? After learning that, what do you guys think? Let me see. It's because I'm gonna make a review on Withering Waves. That's why. As someone who has played PGR since basically almost the release on China, and someone who has played Genshin Impact since the closed beta, right? And someone who has played Honkai Star Rail as well, right? Granted, of course, I'm not comparing it one-to-one, right, with Honkai Star Rail, but because I'm mostly comparing it more to Genshin, right? I have a little bit of mixed feelings, just a little bit of mixed feelings here and there. You know, to some perspectives of some things here and there. Because funny enough about it, right? Like what I'm disappointed is that this OST is not even in the game, which is this one right here. Let me remind you, this is a Vanguard Studio OST. It has that iconic Vanguard-esque with it. You know? It still gives that fantasy vibe with the song, but it still gives that like that futuristic, like post-apocalypticness to the music itself. It gives that vibe specifically. Yeah, so like I don't know. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. Did not mean to do that. That's why I'm a little bit worried on the OST for this game. That's the only thing. I'm a little bit worried about the OST of this game. Just because of that specifically. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Yeah. I don't know. For me specifically, definitely the Hollow Week flow was definitely a lot better. I think it triumphs over every single OST in this game at this very moment. Like, okay, so like here, let's take a look real fast, right? You know what? I'll probably make a video on this. All right, so this is my problem with Withering Waves, right? When it comes to the OST, I'm having a little bit of a worrisome, right? So this is apparently the closed beta theme, right? And then I haven't heard, I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard every single one of the what do you say? Every single one of the WUWA's OST, because apparently it's at least at this very moment of recording in this video, it's bugged or so. So let's see, all WUWA's OST. So okay, so when it comes to so there's like 71 tracks. We're not gonna listen to every single one of them, right? We're just gonna like skim through most of these, right? To like listen to all of the OSTs, and I want to know if like, you know, when it comes to OSTs specifically, does it have that same like flair, you know, as in like compared to Vanguard Studios, you know? Eh. That wasn't... Hold on. What about this one here? Eh.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. It's
You
too much.
twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
I'm gonna stop it for now. I'm gonna stop this for now because I want to do a video on this. That's why. So I'm gonna stop it for now, for the meantime, because this is pretty important. Because this is gonna go on YouTube or so. Yeah. So like I said, right? So the OSTs, right? So far that some of these OSTs are okay, you know. But it's I have to say, like, for some of them so far, it's kind of really subtle, you know. Like, this isn't too bad, but I did not hear this OST whatsoever. I don't know what boss fight. Does anyone know what boss fight this song is from? By any chance? For those who are playing Withering Waves, does anyone know where this boss fight theme is from? Because this is 100. This is like a boss fight theme. I have not heard this one at all. I've never heard of this one whatsoever. Crownless? You think this is Crownless's OST? Did they say in the comment sections whose is this? It's called the Elusive Realm Regular Fights. Containment Zone? I don't know. Nobody knows. Like, this is pretty good overall, right? Like, this is not too bad. Oh, here's Crownless's OST right here. Yeah, but it's okay, but it's not... It's not... To be honest, you know what this gives me? This just gives me indie game vibes. Honestly, this honestly just gives me indie game vibes. I think I was using Crownless. That is why the music stuck to me with that guy. But this just gives me indie game vibes. It doesn't give me, like, you know... Yeah, but the problem is you have to get through all the way to here, like, almost like 2 minutes into the song in order for you to, like, hear the best part of the song itself, you know? And then this is the intro to Crownless. Kind of feels like it's just abruptly starts or so. The Tempest Memphis boss. Yeah, this is the problem. Every single one of these just gives me like an indie game vibe. Like every single one of these songs, it just gives me indie game. Like overall, just indie game. It just feels like it just doesn't belong in this kind of a style of game, right? It gives me like a cyberpunk futuristic indie game. I don't know, for some reason this definitely does not give me Vanguard vibes, I'll be honest with you. It honestly generally does not. I could be wrong, it could be Vanguard, but it's really is not giving me Vanguard vibes. Where's this OST from? I have never heard of this OST. I have no idea where this OST is from. What was that? The Phaleon Buringol boss theme song? I have no idea what boss fight that is, to be honest. I generally don't know what boss fight that is. What boss fight is that? Does anyone know which boss fight it is? The Buringol? Is the big monkey? That's for the giant wind monkey. This is the giant monkey's theme song? Where the fuck is this thing at, to be honest? Like, I understand it's bugged and everything, but like, for the love of fucking Pete's sake, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, these OSTs, like, some of these OSTs are alright, but like, a lot of them are very sleepers. I actually don't like this one. I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't like this one, to be honest. It's just they're trying to do this creepy aspect, you know? What the fuck? That's a little bit too much of quietness there, in my personal opinion. I do not like this OST. This OST is terrible too, as well. Wait, login theme? This is not our login theme, is it? This is This is probably from the beta. I kind of like this a lot more than what we have right now. At least I like that short little bit or so that we had. If this is the login theme or so, then I don't know. I kind of like this a little bit more, to be honest. But it's not by a lot, though. God, it's so quiet at the beginning. Jesus Christ. 20 seconds into this music. That's basically what I've been hearing so far with Withering Waves right now. Holy fucking shit. It took 50 seconds in order for you to hear the music. No, there is so much deadness between 50 seconds. You know, 50 seconds and 0 seconds with this OST. No, I don't like that, to be honest. Did I just like started playing Legend of Zelda or something? Like, what the fuck is happening? Okay, this makes me feel like I'm playing Legend of Zelda. I don't like it, to be honest. What the fuck? Hello? Hello? Song? Where'd you go? Okay. All right. Well, like I said, this is a repeating thing, right? This is probably like one of my main issues, right? When it comes to like the OSTs, right? There's so many OSTs, right? But like, I don't know, man. I'm definitely not. Well, there's CBT. Here's CBT's OSTs right here. But like, I don't know, man. It's kind of a bit like a sleeper, to be honest. Cause like, right. So this is the alpha, right? This is the alpha login screen. This is the alpha login screen, right? This is from Vanguard Studios themselves. Like, I'll be honest with you, this sounds way better. Like anything what I've heard so far. I think I would have enjoyed this OST a lot more, or at least the one that we just recently got or so. For the animation, like those two are pretty much like the ones I like the most, you know. Out of all the OSTs that I've just listened to right now, I like those two the most. Yeah, me personally, I think I enjoy that. Like, seriously, like, honestly, like, I don't know, man. This is kind of a bit like concerning. This is a BGM? This is from the technical test. What the fuck, dude? Okay, like, yeah, right? Like, I don't know. Oh, I don't know, man. I kind of like it a little bit more, to be honest. Maybe some other ones. Let's see. Let's take a let's see. Let me see. Is this what we have right now? I don't even actually. To be honest, I'll be straight up honest with you. I don't even know, to be frankly honest. Don't know. Good one. Good one. Yeah, that's true, because we don't fucking know, to be honest, right? Because like the OSTs for some of these are just they're okay, but like it's just kind of like, you know. It just feels what's like the best word? It just feels very safe, very simple. Not a lot of substance when it comes to like OSTs specifically. And a lot of them just feels like indie game music. It just really feels indie. Like it belongs in an indie game. It does not feel like in a ARPG like this. You know? I don't know. Like I'm pretty concerned about it because granted, of course, I don't know. I was trying to look for information or so if Vanguard Studios actually literally made the OSTs for this game. And so far I've only heard of one. But I can't seem to find I can't really seem to find the information or so if Vanguard Studio actually is the people that are making the OST for this game. If they are, I think Kuro Games should let them cook, in my personal opinion. But if they're not, I don't know, man. I'm not liking the OSTs so far. They're okay. They're like subpar. They're not terrible or anything, but none of them are really memorable, you know? Like, honestly, that's like one of the main problems or so. It just doesn't feel very memorable, you know? Like yeah, I've stopped listening to Genshin music, right? Like the Genshin OST, like Overworld and stuff like that, right? But I know some of them, right? I can still remember some of the OSTs from Genshin Impact off the top of my head, you know? Compared to WUWA's, where it's just kind of like, wait, what soundtrack was that one? Oh, it was in that location? Oh, okay. Yeah, I passed by that location, but I kind of zoned out or so from the music. So so that's like the only reason why it's just kind of like, you know, It's like this is why I'm having a big concern with WUWA's music in general. It's just not that great, You know, honestly, it's just you know, Genshin OSTs are good and they do have distinct ones between areas. Yeah, like I can still like shit on Genshin, right? You know, we understand like Genshin itself is like it's bad, but you can't shit on the music itself when the music was actually really good. Like there's some iconic music from Genshin that you can probably remember off the top of your head. You know, you might remember one or two, you know, but with WUWA, I don't remember any. The only one that I remember is because I was there all the time was in the forest area. But the problem is like that song, specifically that song, just reminds me of a Minecraft music from a mod. It was called, I think, what mod was it? I think it was like, I think it was either MC Eternal or freaking whatchamacallit? What's the name? What's the name of that other Minecraft fucking whatever. Anyways, Twilight Forest? No, not Twilight Forest. That's not Twilight Forest. There was a specific mod in Minecraft or so where Dawncraft was one of them. It's either Dawncraft or MC Eternal or something like that. Like it had that same music, like that actual same music, the same like almost like the same melody with the instrument and everything. And I'm like, what the fuck? Am I playing Minecraft or something? Like that's like my main problem with this game specifically. Like that it's just the OSTs are not that great. And it's kind of concerning just a little bit because I like music. I love listening to music, you know? And if the musics are not that great in the game, I'm just gonna like silence the music and play my own music at the end of the day, right? Because it's just kind of like, you know. But who knows? They did say they fixed the bug or so with the music. Apparently, we'll check it out. We'll see how it is, but you know, we'll find out. You know, and I'll probably record my opinion or so right after this to see if my opinion has changed on it. But as initial impressions at this early in the phase of the game that I have spent about almost a week on the game itself, it's okay. It's not great. It's not like amazing or anything. It's kind of meh, you know? It's just kind of meh, you know? It's just really mid. You know, it's just honestly just really mid because I know that Vanguard Studios can knock this shit out of the park like no tomorrow. Like this shit is a cakewalk for them, you know? If they've made like PGR music, right? If you guys have heard PGR music in general, like PGR music is just so fucking good, you know? Especially for the boss fights, you know? It could be because like, you know, PGR is a lot more faster and high octane when it comes to their combat compared to Withering Waves, which is a little bit slower, more, I guess you can say somewhat grounded or so, when it comes to their you know, abilities and attack patterns and everything. But I feel like even then, even if it is slower, right, it should still like have, you know, still that OST to back it up, you know. But I don't know. I'm just concerned is all. That's pretty much it. I want this game to do well, you know. I want Kuro games to do well, you know, because they kind of do deserve them being the most like, you know, goated freaking gotcha company out there, right? Because they listen to their community, right? They respect their community, you know. They follow well, you know, and all that stuff. But like, I don't know, man. This is kind of a little bit oof, you know. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll take a look at it. Like I said, I'll definitely re-record right after we actually start playing WUWA and listening to the OST, and then we'll see if it still gives that same vibe, you know. Actually, I kind of want to listen. a little bit more to the OSTs here. Let me see. What is this one? It's so boring. I don't like that. Is that just a remake of the piano? It is. It fucking is. It's just literally the same OST. It's honestly, it's the same OST, but just better. Dude, this is the most safest music I've ever heard in my entire fucking life, to be honest. Like, honestly. It is just way too fucking simple, you know? It's literally the same fucking music. It's literally the same OST. It's honestly, it's just the same OST, but better. And then just this OST. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Interesting. Allows you to endure a fatal hit? Are you serious? That's crazy. I did not know that, actually. This just sounds like just aesthetic. Like, it just sounds like, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like those YouTube videos, right? Like, yes, listening to like nature music or so while like it's rain falling or a waterfall or something like that. That's literally what it gives me. Like, that's honestly the vibe that it just gives me overall, you know? I don't know where this OST is from. I've never heard of this OST, but I think it's from the... I don't know. I have no idea where the fuck that OST is from. I doubt it you can bring it into like to like the roguelike and the tower though. I really doubt it though. Yeah, this is just probably overworld stuff. But I don't really see myself using it though as much though. It'll be useless to me too as well, so I guess for those who are like, who are like not good, I guess, you know, on fighting the red bosses or so, they can just, you know. I like the goofy music. I don't mind the goofy music. Goofy music is just goofy music at the end of the day, you know. It feels like I only hear like 3 instruments playing in the background. That's it. I only hear 3 things playing. That wasn't too bad. It just repeats the fucking same notes on the fucking piano. Wait, what? I'm heading out, by the way. Niji En once again had to make news again. Wait, they made the news again? They send legal threats to Luca's mod? Wait, are you serious? No shot. Oh man, I have to take a look at that. What the fuck? I have to take a look at that. I have to take a look at that. I don't like this OST. This OST is not great, to be honest. It's pretty terrible. I don't know, man. I don't know. Also, I need to take a look at something, chat. Let me see. So, I want to take a look at the older version of Ling Yang. I do not want to see his new version. I want to see his old version of him. Let's see. Close Ling Yang closed beta. Huh. Is there anything more about the closed beta? Let's see. Withering Waves closed beta 1. I just want to know Withering Waves is like first closed beta. Withering Waves, wait, Withering Waves is in-game opening intro the technical test. What is this?
我要讲的这个故事发生在很久以前。名为悲鸣的灾难，盘根错节地渗透这个世界。人类在绝望中失语，也在沉默中兴盛。那是伴随风险与希望的兴盛。失序者肆意地蹂躏着这片土地。人类在混乱与纷争的废墟之上，渴求光明的泽披。刺破暗潮的微光，连接生命的共鸣。他们应时而生，被赋予使命的共鸣者，紧握着薄如蝉翼的希望。他们拨开笼罩已久的阴霾，试图击碎灾难的温床。呼啸的寒风为他们营造胜利的残风。然而
That OST that you're hearing gives so much Vanguard vibes.
毁灭的火种被再次点燃，创意之地再度凝气。潜藏于世界背后的暗流，蓄谋着新的风暴。那些笼罩在迷雾下的余烬，仍在燃烧。
What the fuck? This is the in-game for the opening intro of the technical test? Where the fuck is this at? This was a year ago. This is for the technical test. What the fuck? This was more interesting. This was more interesting than what we had. Like, it's okay, right? It's alright, but I think this was way more fucking interesting.
那是伴随风险与希望的兴盛。
Where the fuck is this at? I want this. Give me this. What the fuck is this? What do you mean they complain? What did they complain about? What is it that they complained about? What was like the major issue of this intro cutscene?
曲折肆意地蹂躏着这片土地。人类在混乱与纷争的废墟之上，渴求光明的泽披。刺破暗潮的微光，连接生命的共鸣。他们应时而生。
I love the mysteriousness of this, to be honest, like the kind of like the subtle mystery.
被赋予使命的共鸣者，紧握着薄如蝉翼的希望。他们拨开笼罩已久的阴霾，试图击碎灾难的温床，以呼 啸的寒风为他们营造胜利的彩虹。
Where's that character too at? Where the fuck is this character at? Like, where the fuck is she at, you know? What the fuck? Where the fuck is this character at? I have no idea who she is, but she's nowhere near in the final product of the game. Someone is seeing not naming the group wanted this the story now. What do you mean? What do you mean not naming the group? What are you talking about? I think that was Camellia or Changli before the redesign. What the fuck? Are you serious? This is supposed to be the redesign? Wait. I think is this supposed to be her right here? Is that supposed to be her? Because it's Camilla. So this is supposed to be Camilla? Why did they redesign her? I think she looks cooler in this one. What the fuck? Are you serious? They actually like got rid of her? Dude, she's way better. I think I like this character design a lot more, to be honest. I actually like this character design a lot more. Like, don't get me wrong, Camille looks nice and everything, but like, I don't know, dude. This one definitely looks better. Like, don't get me wrong, she's fine, right? I like it no matter what, but I think I like this one a lot more. You think they'll probably reuse her in the future? I hope so. Dude, if I saw this as this being the opening intro to a game, right? I'd be fucking very invested immediately, to be honest. It looks so fucking interesting. Is it just me, or does that look very interesting to you guys? Is it just me, or do you guys also like it as well? Let me know, chat. Do you guys also like it too? Like, do you guys actually like this?
我要讲的这个故事发生在很久以前，名为悲鸣的灾难，盘根错节地渗透这个世界。人类在绝望中失语，也在沉默中兴盛。那是伴随风险与希望的兴盛。失序者肆意地蹂躏着这片土地。 人类在混乱与纷争的废墟之上，渴求光明的泽披。刺破暗潮的。
No, this is the opening intro to the technical test. This is what it is, and it's from Moteyaba. So this is the intro to the technical test.
微光。 连接生命的共鸣。他们
This is not a trailer. This is a opening intro to the game.
被赋予使命的共鸣者，紧握着薄如蝉翼的希望。他们拨开笼罩已久的阴霾，试图击碎灾难的温床。没有呼啸的寒风。 为他们营造胜利的。
Well, no duh. If you're telling a story or so, of course it's gonna look like a trailer, Crane. It's just how it is. It's literally a narrator talking about, you know, a story. Of course it's going to be a trailer-esque look. But in my personal opinion, this is way more intriguing than whatever the fuck that we had or so. Did we even had an opening trailer for ours? I don't even know if we even did, to be honest. No, we didn't? Okay. We were just kind of sent through time by a mysterious lady. Who shows up, by the way? This is way fucking interesting, to be honest. This is so fucking interesting. I'll be honest with you. This is so 100% interesting. Like before we have to fight the mech abomination. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is more interesting than if we had this at the opening intro, to be honest, to set up because I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of the stories, there's a lot of incohesive stuff in the story. I don't know why they changed the sequence for Crownless fight from CBT1. I honestly don't understand either. I actually like Crownless in the closed beta a lot more than what we have at release. I like him that he did the 5-finger punch thing. I like him that he talked. He had personality, right? And then one of his words said, "Have you seen my crown?" You know? That's why he's named Crownless, basically. You know? I was like, whoa, this is really cool. I want to know more about this, you know? I wanted to know more about that actual enemy. But in so far what we had on release, he's just a throwaway. He's literally just a throwaway. He's just a throwaway character, like not really a character, but a boss. Like literally, he's just literally the first throwaway boss. Like no joke. It's just kind of like it gives me like basically like the Reggie's Vine vibe, you know? Like honestly, it really generally does. Yeah, he's just existing. That's basically it. I kind of like the closed beta a lot more than you know, than what we got, at least, you know? The camera shot was pretty messy, to be honest. You know what I would have preferred? Cian probably complained about seeing their waifu getting beaten. Oh my fucking god. You know what I would have preferred? You know what I would have liked, actually, to be honest? You know what I would have liked? If we actually fought this boss, right? Like we actually fought this boss, but he got away, right? And he said, you know, we fight this boss specifically, right? This fucking dude, right? I think this boss would have been so nice, but then he got away, right? But then we see him later in the future, right? Right? With this specific boss itself. And he kind of like becomes like, I don't know, like I feel like Crownless could have been so good. He probably could have been like at the final, like before the final boss, you know? He could have been like, I don't know, the second fight before the boss itself, you know? Like he can be like what's equivalent to Genshin Impact? Like almost like child, you know, kind of like having that rival or so. Like he likes you, but he's still a bad guy, right? And he wants to see you at like your full potential, basically. You know, because he wants to have that rematch, you know? He wants to have like that really epic battle. Like that's what I feel like they should have done with Crownless, in my personal opinion, you know? And then the fight would have been more intense. He found his crown, Crown Winged King. The random guy that was used for Genshin Male Valentines. Like, what do you guys think? Do you guys would like that a lot more? That he became like the second to last boss fight, and he's like really exciting to see you, and then like he jumps up, like you know how like in the fight itself, like he hits you with like hand-to-hand combat, right? He starts jumping up and down like he's ready to fight you, you know? And before, you know, and then you start fighting him specifically in like the most like epic way or so, because you know, it's the final moment, you know? Because there are stuff in the game that says these discords, if powerful has a personality. Morning Ike's a storyline. I saw that there was a cutscene or so. I did say that I was gonna. Apparently, the cutscene is still in the game. Apparently, like it's part of a side quest, is what Dark told me. But I'll find out. To be honest. But he said it wasn't really that great. But I'm like, if they would have gave these overworld bosses personality, right? Like an actual like story, and fleshed them out a little bit, I think this would triumph over Genshin's like 1.0 bosses. Like no joke. Like seriously, like who's fucking really excited on beating a giant fucking plant in Genshin Impact? Nobody fucking is. Who's excited to beat up a Rubik's Cube in Genshin Impact? No one fucking is, okay? Alright? Let's be honest here. No one is that fucking excited to beat up a goddamn Rubik's Cube, okay? Like, seriously, it's not that exciting. Even I have to say it's not that exciting either. And I played this fucking game. Any boss from WUWA beats the cubes them out. Yeah, that's true. But, like, I feel like they can take it a step further. And literally, like, the problem is they're trying so hard. Like, I understand, right? I completely understand in the perspective of business, right? You're trying to grab the audience from Genshin and bringing them over here. But I feel like they have to, like, they're trying to copy a little too much off Genshin, and they need to separate a little bit more from Genshin, to be honest. I can say the morning's IX quest is budget Dvalin quest. Is it? Oh, that is pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie, to be honest. That is actually pretty rough. Honestly, that's actually not great, to be honest. I have to see this quest, to be honest. I generally have to see this quest. I don't know. It's just me personally. I just don't think it's... Dude, this is just way better, you know? Like, these guys are supposed to be powerful, right? These guys specifically are supposed to be like badasses, right? They have to have their, like, they have their own personality. They were intended to have their own personality from the look of things, right? From what I'm seeing specifically from the other closed betas, Crownless was supposed to be iconic, you know? Because you wanna know one of the reasons why I say it's supposed to be like iconic, like an iconic boss fight. The dude literally has his own statue. If you guys don't notice, right? This guy literally has his own figure. And I'm like... Let me see. Let me pop it out real quick. This guy literally has his own goddamn fucking figure. But he's such a throwaway boss though. Like, seriously. Look at this. This guy literally has his own figure, but he's such a throwaway boss. You know? Come on. You can't just give a throwaway boss a fucking figure, you know? It just doesn't feel very great, to be honest. It's like, oh, do you remember Crownless? Oh, you mean the first boss that you fight in the game, but is pretty fucking pathetic? Yeah, I remember that guy. like seriously. Yeah, he should be yeah, he should be a nemesis to the MC in like some sort of shape or form. Like he could be like a rival towards the MC, wanting to see like the main character grow and become more powerful, and then saying like, "Oh, yes, now this is like," then the bad guy would be like, "Yes, now this is the actual fight that I want to see. Make sure you give it your all," you know? That just sounds more impactful to me as Crownless himself, you know? I feel like that right there gives so much weight, you know? And then we see Crownless like at the end of the game, right? He's like the second to last boss or so, because he's like basically the right hand for this girl over here, the maidenless boss, or whatever the fuck the name of this boss is called. You know, the fucking queen boss or whatever the fuck. It feels better, you know, but like he was brought back to life or so in the game to fight you. And then that's pretty much fucking it. That's it. You fucking kill him really fast, and then you fight what's her face. That's it. I don't know. I think in my personal opinion, they should have definitely, man, dude, they should have let me play the fucking goddamn beta, to be honest. I would have helped them so much with an actual, like, I would have gave them like actually a 5-page report or so of how some of this is good and some of this is bad, you know? There's so many way to open the story. Like it can be the MC got defeated, but then the general came in and helped. Yeah, like, yeah. And then that would have actually introduced Gion. Right? You know? And then we understand who Gion is, right? Because like I was like, I just don't understand specifically, right? Like that. And then I don't know, dude. Like no joke, like it should have been a boss. So remember, okay, so this is how it was in PGR, right? In PGR, you meet Alpha, right? It's like basically a Dark Souls boss. You can beat the boss and you get an extra cutscene, right? But if you get defeated, right, it'll play a normal cutscene without the little extra cutscene in between, you know? You should have, like, if you got your ass handed to you, it'll show the normal cutscene, but then if you manage to beat the boss, right, you still lose, but you have a little bit of extra, like, dialogue, you know, just a little bit, right? You just get a little bit of extra dialogue, but you still lose at the end of the day, right? I feel like they should have done something like that. Like this guy is supposed to be strong as shit, you know? He's supposed to kick your ass. And I feel like that's how it's supposed to be, in my personal opinion. That this guy, the Crownless, should have literally kicked your ass, you know? Yeah. It just feels like a very, it's like every same old like isekai anime, you know? Oh, protagonist gets sent to a world. Oh, they're fucking overpowered. Oh, they're the next messiah, you know? They're the coming of Jesus. Everyone praises the MC character, even though the MC character hasn't done jack shit. All of the NPCs says, "Oh my god, it's the rover. It's the famous rover," you know? And I'm just like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't even do anything." like I haven't even done shit for me to get praised to begin with, right? It's like, it just makes no sense, as in story wise. Like literally just makes zero fucking sense. It just would have been better if you got your ass handed to you, and then, you know, Crownless just walks away, you know, or Crownless like gets interrupted by Gion, because Gion is supposed to be like, you know, almost in the same level as you know, because he's a fucking general, right? He's a general, right? So it would have been better to see Gion, you know, coming in, saving you guys, you know, from Crownless himself. But that's just my opinion, right? No, because you want to know why, Zhao? The reason why, Zhao, right? One of the reasons why is because in the older betas, he was not in the front lines. You actually meet Gion in the city because there's an actual interaction moment where you're with Gion and then you meet with Sanhua and you meet with Magistrate. So he was technically supposed to be in the city, you know? But then they placed him at the front line, you know? That's how it was in the closed beta. You meet, you know, Gion early in the story. Is that just me, or the combat is a lot faster in the closed beta? Does it look a little bit faster to you guys? I don't know if it's just me or so, but it looks a little bit faster. It's definitely better than make Bluetooth connection to FaceTime Gion in the front lines. He looks like a Dark Souls boss here. Well, he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be menacing. Crownless is more agile in the CBT. Is he a lot more agile? It looks a little bit faster in the closed beta. Like, I don't know. It looks like the combat is a little bit more faster. Like, look, they should have done this, right? They could have done this in the story, right? Gion, we see Gion, like, he's patrolling the area or so, and then he sees this, right? And then he comes in to save the day, right? You know, and then he takes Yang in his arms or so to take back to the city. And then they found out that news or so that something's happening at the front lines, and then they send Gion or so to the front lines later, you know, later in the story or so to develop that war, you know, the big climax of the war, you know? I think in my personal opinion, that would have been better. And then after that, of course, you know, you have the cutscene be like, oh yes, you know, you were coming this way because I've heard, you know, someone sent me, you know, a Bluetooth connection or so, FaceTime basically on fucking iPhone, you know. They just FaceTime on iPhone and told me you were coming. I think that makes more sense in a story perspective and the pacing of the story, in my personal opinion. Right? Like, there's so many avenues you can take with the Withering Waves story. And I just feel like that would have been a lot better, personally. Like, I literally could have wrote them... Like, I could have literally wrote them the fucking... I could have gave them a fucking 10-page document of how you should write the story. like, no joke. Like, I've written quite a lot of stories. I may not be a professional at it, right? But I feel like they could have definitely done this a lot better, personally. You know, after playing PGR, right? After playing PGR specifically, like, you think they would have, like, known, right? They would have known certain things, right? Of what to do, what not to do, you know? Look at that shit. Look at that shit. That shit was so fucking good. Look at this dude. Like, seriously. Like, I love animations and stuff like that, and especially like choreography fight scenes, right? And I've done animation in the past, right? I've done hand animation, right? They shouldn't have finished the war this early. No, they really shouldn't. Hey, Dragon. And even then, the war wasn't really that great. There was only like 5 mobs on the field, and they make it sound like, holy shit, you know, we're gonna have like aerial snipers shooting down or so, you know, we're gonna have our ranged people at the top of the fucking cliff or so to shoot down to support our main frontline units, you know, and then we're gonna be like the special task force, and we're gonna cut through the lines and everything, you know, while the front line is like having the, you know, getting occupied. You know, they were building this up like it was like an amazing like climactic war that was gonna happen, right? But there was like only like fucking 5 mobs on the field. So it was just like it was kind of a bit redundant. It kind of threw me off from like my immersion. They were building this fucking shit up, and then it's just like fucking flat on its face so hard. It was the same thing happened to Inazuma War. The Inazuma War was ridiculous in my personal opinion. Planning, thinking it's gonna be Halo ODST. I feel like in my personal opinion, I don't think you should do a war scene. In my honest opinion, doing a war scene in a gacha game feels like terrible. It feels terrible. They're planning this whole entire like maneuver plan, right? They're making me decide like how to command the troops, which is the worst fucking idea I've ever heard in my entire life. Yes, let's make this random person that spawned into a gorge, right, with like monster infested area, unscathed, unhurt, unnothing, right? We barely know this person, right? Well, Gion barely knows this person. Let me just say that. Gion, who is a general of an army, barely knows this person. Lets a random stranger to tell what their army should do, because it's the fate of the fucking, you know, human race, right? And then lets you decide on what the fuck to do. And it's kind of like, why? Like, why? Just because I'm the chosen messiah of Jesus or something? Like, come on. Let's be honest here. No one in their right mind in real life will make a random person decide to fucking, you know, choose, you know. Imagine if your choice affects the position. I picked the melee in the mountains. You know what I picked? I picked the snipe. I picked the aerial support, right? Like the range people to be at the top, right? And then I chose for there to be like the main front's army to split off into 3 groups, have the 2 come around from the back side and basically attack him from the back. You know, go around and attack him from the back while the main front line holds the defensive line while the army is, you know, going forward. I thought that was a great idea, personally. But apparently it's not. You know? I'm just kind of like, huh. I've seen fucking movies that do that. So I thought that was gonna actually work. But apparently they're like, no, we're just gonna fucking, you know, fucking bulldoze straight through. I think it's supposed to be the flank route that's playing multiple characters on multiple fronts, but then in this version we barely had characters introduction. Oh yeah, speaking of character introduction, I completely forgot that Jianshin was introduced at like almost like kind of like a bit like at the last moment. It's just kind of she's kind of a bit of a throwaway character, you know? I completely forgot. Yanhua came out of I don't know. Yanhua came out of nowhere. The girl with the pink hair came out of nowhere, you know? Definitely the girl with the pink hair was like, who the fuck is this? You know, who is this woman? I don't know who she is. I don't know who the fuck Taochi is. She just came out of fucking nowhere, and apparently I'm having a casual conversation with her, you know? Controlling 4 characters is unnecessary. I think initially they wanted to do 4 characters, but then they decided to scrap it and then did 3 characters instead. I think that was the initial thought. I think initially they wanted 4 characters. Some kind of position of power. I don't know who the fuck Taochi is. Who is she? Is she like a commander or something? Like for the defensive unit force or something like that? I actually don't know what she is. I know nothing about this character, to be honest. Hey, Killer. Does anyone in chat know about Taochi? Like, hold on, I'm gonna be doing this real quick so everyone knows. Let me see. The director of border defense, I see, at the Ministry of Development. Wait, she's basically Yukari from Toho. At least Taochi has a reason to be there for defense. Yeah, I don't understand why Dancer Boy is literally in the goddamn war. You know? Did you guys notice that when I made fun of him? You know? Like you know, Yang Ling or Ling Yang or whatever, Dancer Boy, Dragon Dancer Boy. I'm just like, why the fuck is he here? It makes no fucking sense. He's a dancer. It literally makes zero sense for him to be in the front, like on the defensive line, the front defensive line in a war setting. It's like basically bringing a hula dancer to World War II. It makes no fucking sense, you know? It literally has the same fucking equivalent, you know? Ah, yes, we must hold a defensive line. Who do we fucking bring? Old man with a top hat and a hula girl. And that's pretty much it. We're never gonna get the Huohuo resonator? I don't know, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know nothing about what is it? Yuanhua? Yuanwu? Yuanwu? Tachi? And I have no idea why, you know, because lion dancing bring good luck. and Lion Boy is just kind of like, apparently from what Dark has told me, right? This is his theory, right? The older version of Ling Yang or so, apparently he was a, like, what did you say? You said he was like a modified soldier or something like that because of the animalistic features? Because of the animalistic power and like, you know, because you know, he's probably like fused or something, mutant. Yeah, like a mutant. He was, so like he was a mutant or so, because for the animalistic, you know, features, you know, meld with human DNA, you become more powerful and stuff like that. Having animalistic like powers, you know, the strength of an animal and stuff like that, the speed of an animal, the agility of an animal, you know, well, the agileness, you know, basically. So it's just kind of like, that makes a lot more sense for him to be on the front lines, personally, compared to, yeah, we meet Dancer Boy, and he's in the front lines doing his cheerleading dance. You know? Doesn't that make a little bit more sense in story perspective-wise than, you know, him becoming basically like the cheerleader of the squad? I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. You know, I think Dark makes a little bit more sense with that one, to be honest. And instead of making him some kind of alpha line, that man, they made him into Gaming. I have no problem, right? I have no problem with him being basically Gaming, basically, right? Because he plays a little bit more better than Gaming, because Gaming just bounces up and down. That's all literally he does, you know? Is he a white? I think he might be a white lion, actually. I think that's what he is. He's a white lion, so. I don't know. I think personally, like, I would have preferred the mutant story, personally. It would have gave like a little bit like, oh yeah, I used to be human, but then they mutated me in my village or so, and then we despised, you know, I don't know which group or so. Like he could have. It would have been nice to be like to hear like the what is it? The main city actually like some dark group experiment, you know, like a bunch of scientists or so were like, we're trying to make super soldiers and stuff like that, and then they kidnap, you know, villagers and stuff like that, and then they turn them into like mutants. And then just because he saw like the badge or so on some of the scientists or so saying they came from the main city, he despises the main city, you know? Because he thinks that the main city is corrupted, you know? I would have preferred that as in storytelling, you know? For his character development, you know? What do you guys think, chat? What do you guys think? I don't know. Me preferably, I just literally just made it up right now at the moment. It would have given Ling Yang a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more better, in my personal opinion. I actually don't remember anything from Ling Yang's story, to be honest. I'll be straight up honest with you. don't really remember anything from Ling Yang's story. All I remember is that we were helping him with some dancing thing, and then he started dancing on a bunch of poles like a stripper or so, and then that's pretty much it. That's all I really remember, to be frankly honest. I actually don't remember that much about Ling Yang. I think in my personal opinion, they should have just made him into the lion mutant or so, like for a super soldier, right? They were basically experimenting on like kids and villagers and stuff like that. But it's like it was like it was like a group of scientists or so that were like evil or so from the main city that they did their own shit, right? And then, you know, I don't know, maybe either he could have escaped or something, or, you know, a group of some, you know, some people or so decided to come in and you know, release these people and whatnot. I don't know. You can go either way for that story specifically, but I don't know. I think me personally, like, it would have been better because then it would have made sense for him to be on the front lines, you know, of the actual the final arc, basically, in my personal opinion. I'll be honest with you, I kind of like some of the movement or so from this fight a lot more. I kind of like how Crownless is he just feels very powerful, like, but he's not using his full potential power here, you know? Like, it feels like he's just not using his full maximum power, and then he's basically toying with you, you know? That's what it gives me, at least for this part of the fight anyways, and I kind of like it a little bit more. It's not like I hate the Crownless. This has more moves than now. Really, it has more moves than now. I actually don't remember anything about Crownless, to be honest. I actually generally do not remember the amount. Like, I only fought him like what, 3 times, and I don't remember anything from it specifically. Like I said, I'm gonna be doing my review on Withering Waves, and this is actually the most honest and the most legit Withering Waves review that I will be doing, and I want to do it correctly, you know. So, because I am making a review on this game, and I do have to say there are a lot of flaws in this game, to be honest, especially on the main game itself. You know, what we have right now. I think in my personal opinion that what they should have done or so, like yeah, show this part, right? But I feel like he moves a lot slower compared to his fighting stance one, you know? Like, I get it, I understand, you know, they're supposed to like show the counter, right? For you to do the countering thing, right? So you can learn the mechanic and stuff about the counter and stuff like that, right? But I feel like he just moves slower in this version of, you know, the wing angel, you know. Yeah, compared to his fighting stance one, like his fighting stance was way faster. Wait a fucking second. Hold on a second. It doesn't even look like he's charging into the spear. It cuts so abruptly there. It doesn't really look like he charges in, you know? Like you can see it from the frame by frame or so. Specifically, watch. It just doesn't look like it. It just looks like it just cuts immediately to that part specifically. Right? You finish here, right? And then he pounds down or so, and then he flies into the air, right? But then it just cuts so abruptly, and he's supposed to charge at you with his spear. But it doesn't even look like it. It just looks like he threw his spear. It honestly just doesn't look like it, personally. I don't know. I may not be an animation expert, but like that really definitely doesn't look I think personally Crownless could have been a very iconic boss, just as the same as Scar, you know? I think it also would have been like an iconic boss as well, you know? I think Crownless was done dirty in my personal opinion as an actual like boss himself. I think they could have definitely done him better, especially if they gave him voice lines, right? You don't give just any random mob voice lines, you know? They definitely had something with this character. They definitely felt like they were gonna do something with this character, but then it just feels like they just completely cut it out, you know? Like completely. That's what it actually just generally feels like, in my personal opinion. Okay. So there's a couple things I'm thinking in my head right now, right? There's a couple things where I would have taken this story. If they're really adamant in not changing anything from here specifically, right? They don't want to change it because of, you know, budget constraints or limited on time and stuff like that, right? And they basically kind of like threw away Crownless, like an easy throwaway piece of trash, right? I think, in my personal opinion, right, in this specific cutscene itself, right, you know how they're completely like, you know, she sucks them in, right, and then, you know, she falls down to the ground, and then she gets memories, right? Right, all of this happens, you know, and all this other stuff, right? And then you see this girl, right? You see this girl who's on her guard and whatnot and pointing a gun at you, right? And saying don't move or anything like that, right? You know? I think, in my personal opinion, I think Crownless should have had his, like, I guess he could have been like, I guess like the best way to kind of like put it in a perspective or so, right? If I wanted to write the story itself, right? I think Crownless should have been along the journey with you. And had his, like, you know, had his own consciousness. Basically, like, a mix of, like, Ichigo from Bleach and from Cyberpunk 2077 or so. Where you'll see him, like, up against the wall or something. And he'll, like, talk to you and whatnot, right? Or like he can be in like in your consciousness with like in like how Ichigo is with his holification form, you know? They could have done something like that, you know, with Crownless, you know? Because I don't really justify it for me personally, where Crownless has his own statue, but then you kill him in like in the first like in like the very beginning of the game, you know? And he's just like kind of like, oh yeah, that guy. Oh yeah, I forgot his name, you know? The quest line should be we are chasing him, but he's always one step ahead. It could be that, you know? It could be that. You know, like I said, like if I wanted to rewrite the story, it should have been him being like a rival towards you, you know, wanting you to become stronger. Because he wants to fight you at like your max capacity, you know, and he kicks your ass at the beginning of the game, you know? Like he literally curb stomps you, you know? Like that's basically is what I want to see, you know? Or if they would have went with this specific route, right? If they would have, if they were really adamant, right, and they did not want to change it, right? They did not want to change it whatsoever, right? Then they could have just done this, you know. They could have like I just said, they could have done like a Cyberpunk 2077 with Johnny Cash, you know, or an Ichigo kind of type of thing from Bleach, you know. They could have done something like that at least when it comes to the story wise. It would have been a little bit more better personally. But maybe that's just me. Maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think? If they were like really adamant or so on not changing anything, right? Because they said, "Oh, we don't have enough time or there's not enough in the budget or something," you know? What would you guys think? Do you guys would want something like that in that sort of nature? Granted, of course, you would change everything else, you know, to make sense, you know. But what would you guys think? Hey, Kuma. I would like to know your guys' an opinion or so on WUWA itself. If you know, if they decided to do that instead. Oh, did I finish my drink already? I did. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I didn't even notice that I finished my drink. What do you think, Zhao? What do you think? Like, Crownless still has his own consciousness, right? But he's kind of like taunting the player a little bit, you know? Just like how it is in like Cyberpunk 2077, you know? With Johnny Cash, you know, you see him, you know? No, this is from CBT, Kuma. Honestly, knowing what I know that Discords are resentment of humans, maybe have him be another character that becomes Crownless. Yeah, but what would you think or so? Like, you know, if you know, if they were really adamant or so, right? They didn't want to change anything, right? Let's say they didn't want to change anything, right? Because of budget constraints and stuff like that. Wouldn't you prefer something like almost like on the same level as like, you know, like Ichigo, how he has like his holification form, right? He has that other half of him, right? Or that technically other half of him, the hollow form, right? And then you have like from Cyberpunk 2077, right? Johnny Cash would like come in, you know, materialize himself in front of you and you're like talking to him, right? But he's like nobody's there though, but you can only see him, right? And he's like kind of like, you know, kind of like taunting you throughout the entire story, you know, kind of like, you know, doing all that stuff. Like, of course, you would have to rewrite the rest of the quest, but I'm just talking about the initial first impressions, you know, of that specifically. Mostly because it would give someone to bounce off of when talking to Scar. That would be pretty interesting. I don't know, like I said, they could have done that, right? Or, you know, if they were wanting to rewrite the story again, I think in my personal opinion they would have done like, you fighting this thing but you're getting your ass handed to you, right? And Gion comes in and like, kind of saves you, you know? I'm trying to think. Maybe Tachi. Maybe Tachi can come in and save you, probably. But at the same time, right? It just kind of like the problem is like, right, doing this to a, because we all know that Sanwa and Tachi are 4-star characters, right? So they're not like in the tier of S ranks, right? Which is 5-star characters, right? You expect like a 5-star character to be on the same level as, as Crownless, almost to some aspect, right? So it'd be kind of a bit of a mockery or so to, to put in a 4-star character to actually do that. So they'd be like, oh, Crownless is just fucking weak, he got deflected by Tai Chi's fucking E ability or something like that, It's kind of like, I think it would have been better. Rarity seems to make nothing about characters' importance. Yeah, I think in my personal opinion, I think definitely GU1 would have fit a little bit more better, personally. Because remember, technically in the older betas, the earlier betas of Withering Waves, you meet Gion, and then in one of the cutscenes, Gion is there with you while you're fighting Scar in the mines area, like where the mine is at, right? You technically meet you meet Scar with Gion, so it's just kind of like, huh, To be fair, Crownless should just possess you and people be like, what the fuck? I don't know. This was 2 days ago. Because look at this, right? So, let's take a look at this real quick. So this is the boss fight, right? This is the boss fight that we had, right? And then look who comes back. Look who actually comes back alive. I get it, like, oh, she revived him, basically saying frequency as in like the terms of like, But like, come on, let's be honest here. It's kind of a bit like, really? Really? Like, come on. I don't know. I think this would have been so good to have in the game, right? I think I'm gonna put this in a playlist or so, like things that we need to discuss or so. Let's see. For like the review, right? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put that in there as well. I'm also gonna put this in here too as well on top of that. I'm also putting that in there too as well to basically kind of like use it as like also, because I think it just would have been better personally, And you don't even meet Kalkuro whatsoever, like this probably would have set up for the monkey or so, for the boss fight, the monkey boss fight. That actually would have set up actually perfectly for it actually, you know? It actually would have been a good quest line, you know, that you're with Kalkuro or so, and then you defeat, you know, the big monkey that's in the tree and whatnot. I think that would have been better, you know? You probably could have made a story out of that, you know? And then that's how you unlock, you know, the world boss for the monkey, you know? Instead of just having him sit there in the middle of a fucking goddamn tree and then, you know, and that's pretty much it, you know? There's nothing to it. He's just sitting on his ass in the middle of a goddamn tree and he's just waiting for you to show up. That's it, you know? Would have been nice if, you know, you go through the story or so and you meet Kalkuro or so, and then you're trying, you know, he's trying to find the anomaly or so of the forest, of it being, you know, being weird, and there's like this weird poisonous gas around the tree itself, and then like, you know, you're trying to dissipate the gas and, you know, trying to see what actually is the problem or so, and then you hear like a giant roar or so in the middle of the tree, and then you go check it out, and then that's where you fight the monkey boss, you know? And then you get to try out Kalkuro in that quest, so people can actually like try Kalkuro out and then play him and you know, and see what people think about him, you know, in the game itself, you know. What do you guys think, chat? Do you guys like that? I just honestly just made that up right now, you know. I think it would have been better. It would have been nice, personally. I don't think we even have a quest about the monkey boss. Same for the ice boss. Well, technically the ice boss was supposed to be with this girl. Where is she? This girl, Danjin. It was supposed to be with Danjin or so. The big ice mosquito boss looking thing. It was supposed to be with Danjin for introduction for Danjin's quest. But we didn't really get it, so I'll definitely look at this VOD as well while I'm doing my review and everything like that, right? Just so that like I can put some of this stuff in the actual review itself. Because if you're gonna make a high quality, like triple budget kind of game or so, and you're spending so much money, right? If you're spending lots of money to basically make a AAA-esque game, right? I'm gonna criticize it as a AAA-esque game. You know, we're getting into the territory of gacha games almost competing with AAA games. You know, at this point, they're not like oh 2D image or a 2D card or something with like text and like stilt images that jump up and down or has like a different face or something like that. You know. We're kind of getting into the realm of like these games are like basically trying to, you know, be free to play, but have a very high quality, you know, gameplay, high quality standards of quote unquote story, you know, quote unquote story, and all of this other fancy jazzy things, you know. They just basically have a lot of high quality stuff in it, right? High budget game, you know. So if you're going to do something like that, I'm going to criticize it as an actual AAA game. The same thing with Genshin Impact, you know? Because these aren't your run-of-the-mill gacha games anymore. These are your, like almost like premium high-quality gacha games, you know?
先害人，就别怪人要罚你。
This would have been better. Actually, this would have been a lot better, to be honest, if we met Kalkaro like this in the forest, and then, you know, it kind of unlocks a quest or so for that. The ice boss has a quest. The ice boss has a quest? Where is it at? I don't even know where it's at. If I remember correctly, did the Crownless appear in the final again? And for the Dreamless boss, she seemed to had a crown or tiara, sort of. I feel like there are some missing dots here. Yes, Crownless did show up at the end. They just did some BS thing and just revived him. They said, oh my god, they revived him. They revived Crownless, you know? And that's pretty much fucking it. That's literally, they used the cop-out of like, yes, Monster Reborn. Bullshit card, basically, is what they did, you know? And that's basically is what they did when it came to Crownless. You know, I don't know. He has his own figure. You don't give a throwaway boss a figure. Let's be honest here. Like, if I'm gonna pick up a figure from Withering Waves, right? I'd rather pick up a figure of Scar than Crownless any day of the week. You know? Like, let's be honest here, chat. Would you guys like to pick up a figure of Crownless or Scar? What do you guys want? What would you guys specifically want? Scar? What about you, Zhao? What about you, Ruby? And what about you, Dark? What would you guys want? Would you guys want a Crownless figure, or would you guys like a Scar figure? If it's between the two, Scar. Even though I don't like the guy. But he's iconic, isn't he? You know him a lot more than Crownless. Ain't that right, Zhao? Scar is more iconic. He's more iconic and he does more things in the story. Compared to Crownless, where I won Tao Chi. Man, shut your bitch ass up. we only meet Crownless at the beginning and we kill him. And then we meet him at the end and we kill him. That's literally it. There is literally no in between. There's literally no in between from the beginning and the end with Crownless. So I feel like it is useless in my personal opinion, you know? Crownless is a mob character. Yeah, and a pretty forgetful one in my personal opinion. I'm just saying. What is this?
As the pressure builds, I push back, pulling on the threads of fate. The chords within these fleeting moments find the beat my heart creates. Faint vibrations, words that keep stirring in the twilight, piercing through the silence, echoing throughout the night. They shake the atmosphere, the heavens and the land. A rebellion in the making where we stand. This is the time.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Chat, did you guys see that? Where have we seen this scene before, chat? Hold on. Where have we seen this scene before, chat? Do you guys remember where we have seen this scene? I know Dark remembers because he showed me the video. Dark should know where this scene is from. I know where this scene is from too as well. I have not played the beta, and I know where this scene is from because I saw the video that Dark posted in chat or so about this specific scene.
“漂泊者，你也到了。” 少乌鸦嘴！幸亏治疗及时。嘘。
Wow. Interesting, huh? Interesting that this specific scene from this weird music video is in the closed beta 1, but it's nowhere to be seen in the final game. Interesting, right, chat? Very, very interesting, huh? Because this scene makes no sense whatsoever. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Reuse cut content. Let me see. Half the power of a PS4. Well, not PS5. I'm talking about PS2, but I think, let me see. I think definitely, like, phones are definitely stronger than PlayStation 2, you know? Because Sage, we're talking about stuff about Crownless or so, about the game itself, you know. From the first closed beta, Sage, I have so much to talk about with you. I literally have so much to talk about you. When you literally have free time, please let me know because we need to discuss a lot of stuff or so for this game, because there is so much stuff that is kind of a little bit like, why, you know, why, what was the reason of it, you know? Let me see. So someone has told his origin story. Let me see. Is this like the story? I doubt it's the beta one though.
Grover, let's talk here.
Where should I begin? Rover, have you ever thought about this? Since there are humans with resonance abilities, then could there ever be beasts with the same kind of power?
So he's not human with resonator power. He's a beast type with resonator power.
Uncontrolled emotions in human resonators lead to disasters. It's even more dangerous in beasts, as they follow instincts. Over time, most of them died out, driven extinct by their unrestrained desires. Beasts that can bring their power under control are extremely rare, but they do exist.
Interesting. I think I heard some people saw Ling Yang's lore is he contorted his fucking body and moved his bones and stuff to be more human like and shed all his fur. But is there confirmation that they are supposed to be mutants in this game? Because technically, like, these beast people are supposed to be mutants, right? Is there actual confirmation that they were supposed to be mutants?
And the Jingle Beast, it happened along...
Oh, it's just Twitter stuff? I don't believe anything from Twitter. Honestly. Don't believe anything from Twitter.
Long time ago, the Jingle Beast wasn't called the Jingle Beast.
Also, another thing too as well. Who the fuck thought of the idea to call them the Jingle Beast? It really just gives me like jingle balls, to be honest. Like, as in like, man, this story is balls.
It used to have a name. It was called Swan-Ni. Back then, the Swan-Nis lived a tranquil life in deep forests. However, when the Tacet Fields expanded rapidly, their territories were not spared. Some of them had to encroach upon certain human territories for a chance to survive. Humans suffered greatly against the Swan-Nis, with their terrifying appearance, powerful resonance abilities, and wild animal instincts.
Terrifying appearance. Is that kind of like leading towards like them having like animalistic looks? Like actually look like a lion, look like a cat, looks like a wolf or something like that? Does that kind of like lead towards that? I don't know, that kind of gives me that.
Instincts. And that's why the Swan-Nis were deemed evil.
Okay. So he said that the Swan-Nis are evil, right? So then how the fuck is he performing in front of people in the major city where people praise his performance when they're supposed to be terrified of these people? Maybe people just don't notice his ears. Or they aren't racist against the Swan-Nis. What, everyone has a Twitter and then they found out that these people aren't evil or something? Makes no sense, to be honest. Generally makes no sense.
I read it in an old book in Huanglong. said they lived under that giant violet banyan tree in the dim forest.
This is way too fucking detailed for him to be lying like that, to be honest.
The Swanese have nearly gone extinct over the years, and now there might be only one of them remaining.
So this literally just confirms that we're not getting any more animalistic characters. Granted, of course, the word might be is in there. But this literally kind of confirms to be like, oh yeah, I'm the fucking only one left. I better not see another animalistic human. Or else this story is BS as fuck. Maybe they live for more years than a human, so we could see a 1,000-year-old lolly furry. I better not see another animalistic creature, because I'm gonna be like, okay, didn't Ling Yang just said that, be like, hey, you know, I might be the only one, you know? Time travel is a thing. I mean, shut your bitch ass up. Fucking throwing in timeline as the actual fucking key source. And get the fuck out of here. So no more cat girls? That's what Ling Yang is saying. He's the only one apparently. So it could be futuristic animal characters. Alright, buddy. We'll get our budget ka-ching, don't worry. No more cat girls. No more cat girls, no more dog girls, no more wolf girls, you know. No mommy fox girl. Nope, we ain't getting none of that shit, to be honest.
And I've heard of an interesting theory from the archaeologists.
Do not tell me that the archaeologists found remnants of his people and they can bring them back to life. Do not say that. If you actually say that, that is the most biggest BS cap in storytelling ever. Do not fucking say that. I swear to God, if you fucking say that, I am going to go on a riot with this storytelling.
That last Swanee might have yearned to become a human.
Okay.
To make itself more approachable, it first came up with a less intimidating name. Something like the Jingle Beast. And then it yanked off all its fur, filed down its claws, twisted its bones, and learned to stand upright.
Okay, so this literally just confirms that they were supposed to be animalistic looking. So he was supposed to look like an animal. So basically in the older beta, he was supposed to look like what he is supposed to look like. But then they completely got rid of it. I don't know. I think I would have preferred the beta version compared to Dancer Boy, what we have now, you know?
Maybe it was drawn by the bustle and merriment of human cities. It must have been lonely as the last of its kind.
So now you're saying he is the last one of his kind. All right, chat. You guys heard it here. If there is another animalistic looking person in this game, I'm gonna call BS and cap on it on the storytelling. I'd be like, man, your storytelling is as much as many holes as a fucking wet paper napkin, to be honest. He said it right here that he is the last of his kind. Then when we move to the next region behind the mountain, it's just full of furries. There better not be any more like animalistic looking people whatsoever. Because he said it's literally, he's the last one. If I see another one in this godforsaken game, I'm gonna be like, man, dude, you need to rewrite the story. You need to go back to grade school and learn how to write.
Maybe it was moved by human bravery against the lament and wanted to offer help. Maybe it wanted to fight the catastrophe that ruined its once homeland. Or maybe it simply couldn't resist human foods. Anyway, it never really became a human in the end. If it truly wanted to become human, it had to first understand the essence of what makes a human. If you ask me, the essence would be the heart of a human. Therefore,
it can be he thought he was the last one and his race is well hit. Shut up. That is such a cop out on the fucking story. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, man. That is such a BS. That is weak storytelling if that actually is true. He's like, "Oh, I thought I was the last one in my race, but I guess there were just hidden underneath a fucking rock like Patrick Star from SpongeBob SquarePants." Oh my god. Fucking that is such bullshit. That is so BS as fuck, to be honest. Hey Omni, how you doing there, hun?
the Jingle Beast no longer rejected its appearance and began to, in its animal form, connect with humans to assist them.
I need to keep my character Fox Girl dream alive. Shut the fuck up, dude. This motherfucker. He's gonna go through the ends of the earth to defend his girls.
Perhaps, in this process, it happened to save a girl in the wilderness. Rover, what do you think the ending for the Jingle Beast was? Did it finally become...
They could be part of another race? Oh my god, you guys are so unbelievable. This is how you can tell the difference from very bad storytelling to very good storytelling.
Become a human? Well, is that what you think? I think the Jingle Beast no longer cares whether it's a human or a beast. It lives in its own way. In this world, there are beings with the appearance of a beast and the soul of a human, just as there are beings with the appearance of a human and the soul of a beast. All it needs to do is be true to itself. It will remain resolute and convey the beautiful and inspiring qualities it once saw in humans in its own way. Oops, I got carried away and almost forgot. Here, keep this bell as a memento. Thank you, Rover.
Ling Yang, come here.
Coming! Rover, I must go get the props ready for the next show. Come watch my performance again next time. Food's on me.
Dude, he's a performer. Why the fuck? Why don't it still proves my statement that this motherfucker is not supposed to be on the front lines, on the defensive line to save fucking humanity. He's just a performer. It makes no fucking sense. He literally said it in his story. He's like, maybe I want to be human and defend, you know, and all that stuff. Or maybe he just enjoyed the food. I'm like, come the fuck on, dude. Like, you actually can't make this shit up. Dude, the plot holes in this are so fucking massive. It is fucking ridiculous at this point. He's literally just a dancer. That's it. He's literally he literally is just a dancer. He's not a fighter. He's a dancer. He's just a performer. He has zero combat abilities whatsoever. Not once in his story that he explained that he went through training or anything like that. I didn't see it. I did not see it in his story whatsoever. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Let's see. He is a member of the Lion Dance Troupe in Jinzo and the last of the Swannies. There's no context of the Swannies, but he's the last one of his kind. Let's see. He's a talented and friendly member of the Lion Dance Troupe. His passion and courage are evident as he engages with humans, showcasing his impressive physical abilities. With his unique style, he embodies the spirit of a lion dancing, inspiring dispel fears and dread for others to electrify his lion dance. Hiya, I'm Ling Yang. You're probably more used to me seeing him as the lion dancer on a high pulse, I guess. Let's hang out more. I want you to remember me as I look without the lion head. I love people watching. It's fascinating to see so many different faces and backgrounds to come watch the lion dance. Each person brings their own stories and personalities. I guess they're just like that and leaves. I've never come across two identical leaves. Every one of them is unique. And you, Rover, I want to know more about you so bad. Tell me more, please. The lion dance tradition is all about banishing evil, guarding fortune, and beckoning blessings. I want to be the best dancer. I want to be the best dancer out there and keep this tradition thriving. My master always reminds me not to aim too high and bite off more than I can chew. I know there's still a long road ahead of perfecting my skills, but as long as I keep moving steadily from one pole to another, like we do in the tournaments, I'll surely reach my goal no matter what or how far away it may seem. As I say, lion dance bring good luck and drive evil away, evil spirits away in auspicious occasions. Without his dance, we wouldn't even reach the cannon. All right, buddy. Okay. Size isn't everything, you know. I may not look at it, but I got some strength that lets me handle any physical work, no problem. If you ever need a hand, let me know. I'm always happy to help you. So this just literally just proves that, like, you know. Dude, come on, man. This actually just literally just proves that, like, he's just a dancer. That's it. That's literally it. Like, honestly. Okay, you know what? I want to rework on my review or so for this game. Alright. Alright, you know what? I want to work on my... What should we call this section? It's same as military bands play on the front lines of battle, play a valuable role in morale of the soldiers. So is that review going up or down? What do you mean going up or down? I said like it was like a 4 or a 3 if this was my first gacha game. If this was my first gacha game, right? And I've never played any other gacha games, the story is fucking butt cheeks in this game. Like literally, it's fucking bad. It's like literally, I don't know what the beta story was, but this is fucking far worse than what I've ever witnessed, to be honest. It's like a 3 or a 4, to be honest, when it comes to storytelling. It's so all over the place. It's very incohesive at some parts, and it feels like they just cut out certain things after like looking at the other betas, right? Like the cutscenes from the other betas. It just feels like they cut out so many important things that should have been in the main game. I don't know who thought, man, dude, I swear to God, dude. Like, I may not be a professional story writer, but my fucking God, I've played so many single player games, and I can write a better fucking story than what they fucking created, to be honest. Shit, man. Like, seriously. Kuro Games, if you need me to rewrite your first entire, like, act or so for the game, let me do it, honestly. I will not disappoint you, to be honest. Like, seriously, for the love of peeps sakes. Oh my God, man. So what should we call this section? Should we call this, because I have a section for story? Or should it just be part of the story itself? World building? You think so? Okay, so this is how I have it, chat. This is what I have for okay. This is what I wrote. This is what I wrote for the story itself, right? For the game. I mean, not for the game, but for the review. I'm gonna go over it right now for you guys. Let me see. So the story in this game is okay. It's not the greatest, but it is better than Genshin, and actually is a tad bit better than Honkai Star Rail. Now you might be saying, but Honkai Star Rail is better because of the boss fight. Well, if you take the epic boss fight out of Honkai Star Rail, what do you really have? Question mark. In WUWA, you are basically isekai'd into this world and discovered by Yang Yang and Chixia. And that is where your adventure begins with them. You fight a boss, but the boss is as entertaining as a wet paper napkin. Granted, of course, fighting the Regisvine and the Rubik's Cube in Genshin Impact is lackluster compared to Crownless. Let me just write that. Compared to Crownless, but ever since I watched the other betas and the technical test of WUWA, they actually gave Crownless personality. Since Crownless talks to you for a brief moment. Let me just type this out real quick. Since Crownless talks to you for a brief moment, giving you a jump scare like Five Nights at Freddy's, I actually prefer that encounter since Crownless encounter was so lackluster in my opinion. And then let me just go space here real quick. I just want to add a little bit more to this part actually. So Crownless encounter was so lackluster in my opinion. What was I want to say? In his dialogue, when he jumps in and speaks to the rover, to the MC, he says, Dark, does he say, "Where is my crown"? Is that what he says for his dialogue? Or have you seen my crown? What was it? Have you seen my crown or where is my crown? Which one does he say? He said, "Have you seen my crown?" And what about this dialogue? Let me show you the dialogue real quick, actually. What about this one here? Let me see. Hold on. Back real quick. What about what is it? I think it's this part. Let me see. Where is it at? Or was it right here? I think it might have been. Here actually. Let me see. Hold on. He says something else. Hey, Dubstep. Where the fuck is it at? Right there. That's the one. That scene. That scene right there. What does he say? What does he say right here? Right there. What does he say right there, Dark? He's saying I'm starting to feel dull and bored. Does this actually prove my statement that he's actually supposed to play he was supposed to play a main role in the game? Hello, Scarlet. Thank you for the follower. So my name is Nakonyaru. Manyarla VTube no Sunamwantami Mami. Hello, greetings. Welcome. Does this actually like prove my statement or so that Crownless was supposed to be like more significant in the story than what he is now compared to now? Hey, Gloria. What do you chat, what do you guys think after learning that like he says I'm starting to feel bored? Have you seen my crown? What do you guys think, chat? After hearing that specifically, do you guys think he was supposed to play a more significant role in the game itself? Hey, Sage. It's just we're discussing about WUWA right now. Cause like he literally, so the first time when you initially like get jump scared by him, right? by Crownless, right? This scene right here, right? This specific scene right here.
他在复苏。
He comes in and jump scares you and basically says to you, "Have you seen my crown?" This is the beginning of the game, Sage. This is literally from the beta. This is from the beta. This is from beta number 1. Yeah. So he literally says this to you here, right? And then later on in... Where is it at? Significant role debatable. He could have have moments in the past with Rover and add to lore of the past. I've been grinding like crazy to get my team back on top. Yeah, we're just kind of discussing or so about WUWA or so, like my concerns or so, because like I said, I'm making a review on it and we're discussing it more and more and more and dissecting it more and more and more. That my score with WUWA is kind of going more lower and more down, you know? After kind of like dissecting like more of the small tidbits of the game itself, right? And then also he comes walking to you like this, right? Right? He comes walking to you. And then he says, "I'm feeling bored." Alright, I have a counter for you then. Okay, what's the counter? You only realize a game, give it a moment. They only released the game, give it a moment. No. This is from the beta. And also at the same time, Sage. Let me ask you this. Would you get a figurine of Scar or would you get a figurine of Crownless? Which one would you want the most? If they were releasing 2 figures, one of them is Crownless and the other one is Scar. You just proved my statement right there. Because they announced a figurine for Crownless. Why would you give a boss from the beginning of the game? From the beginning of the game, right? You kill him, right? In the beginning of the game, a figurine compared to Scar. Let's be a little bit honest here. It feels like Crownless was supposed to play a significant role. Because you don't... Because I'm going to tell you this, Sage, alright? You don't meet Crownless in the rest of the game. You only meet Crownless in the beginning of the game and at the end. The second to the end. And that's it. Those are literally the only times you meet Crownless. But they did a bullshit shit at the very end of the game with Crownless. They literally used Monster Reborn and they brought his ass back to life. And that's it, you know? It's kind of a bit of a cop-out or so when it comes to storytelling. You just don't give a character, you just don't give a boss or so voice lines unless they're supposed to play a significant role. I mean, think we are comparing too much to Genshin here. No, I'm not even comparing it to Genshin. I'm comparing this, the game that we just had on release, to the beta. That's what I'm comparing it to. I'm not comparing this to Genshin. I'm literally comparing the final product that we got on release the storytelling and everything to the stuff that was in the closed beta. Yeah. No, I think it's fair to judge Act 1 of the story. I'm judging the entire story, not just Act 1, the entire fucking story. Because there's so many incohesive stuff in the story itself. You know, when you sit down and look at it, right? After you played the game, you're kind of like, huh, that kind of makes no fucking sense, you know? It's completely fair, especially because it has to be at least good for newer players to gacha games. Yeah. If you were... Look, let's say this, right? Let's say you've never played a gacha game, right? But you heard that Withering Waves is very popular. It's very good. The mechanics are great. The fighting combat is amazing. The combos itself and the intricacy is very good, you know? And you want to try it out, right? You're someone who only plays single player games, right? From like games that you buy from the store, right? But then you want to try out Withering Waves. I'ma be honest with you. The story is ass. It's really bad. So, if this was my first gacha game, I'd probably rip this shit apart, to be honest. It's fair overall, however, due to vets like us or others, I understand where Sun is coming from. We expect too much overall in these parts. Let us down even with the hype. Yeah, like the only reason why I'm like criticizing really hard, right? We're not just playing like any gacha game, right? We all know what a gacha game looks like, right? Back, you know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, right? It's like a 2D image that jumps up and down, talks to you, has text speech, you know. Sometimes it'll have voice acting, sometimes it doesn't. No, we're getting like really high budget gacha games, you know, high budget games that are like almost in the realm of AAA games. So then why wouldn't I criticize this game as a AAA game, you know? I think it's the reason why I haven't finished the storyline as well, because it's kind of all over the place. Yeah. Yeah. And even then, like, watching the combat, like, watching this guy fight was more entertaining than I remember from the release game. I think Beastbot companion story made no sense. Beast Boy? Oh, him? Well, he was supposed to be actually I need to see closed beta. I need to see the closed beta gameplay or so. WUWA. At least like a let's play or so from the beta itself, you know. Because I want to see it. I want to see if they changed the story for Ling Yang himself, because he was supposed to be completely something different. Even I created a better story. Okay, overall, overall, if we exclude the storyline for now, WUWA is way better than what we have so far, but the story has kind of been meh. Want to know something? I give the story at least a 4 or a 3. You know, if I'm not comparing it to Genshin Impact, if I'm comparing to WUWA by itself, as in storytelling, that shit is a fucking 4 or a 3, in my personal opinion. That shit is dog water when it comes to story. Especially if someone who spent so much money making this game, you kind of expect it of a more higher standard, in my personal opinion. I mean, if you compare it to other gacha games, it's not bad actually. But if you compare a mobile game to a PC game, then yeah, it is a far stretch. Yeah, but the problem, like you're not understanding, right? It's trying to be a AAA-esque game. These gacha games are trying to be AAA-esque games. You know? The amount of production that are coming into these games are almost in the same realm and the territory of a AAA game. You know? So why wouldn't you judge it as a AAA game in that sort of capacity, you know? If you're gonna dump in millions of dollars on creating 3D open world you know, ARPG games, it's kind of pretty valid, you know. But after watch the CBT cutscenes and making some assumptions, yeah, we've seen like getting a worse version. I mean, looking at much production Genshin got after it was established, Quarter Games got the same and probably more. I have well, how much was the development or so for Genshin Impact? Let me see. How much did Withering Waves cost to make? Let's see. No, don't care. This is literally does not answer my question. Honestly, doesn't really answer my question or so. Unless it's like Kier or something like that. I give a story a 6 just because it's not too late to add personality to torn bosses through what they did in Gion's companion story. I haven't even done Gion's companion story to be honest. Of course, because like we're gonna be playing a little bit more, you know, and we'll be adding more notes and stuff like that specifically. To see like, okay, you know, take some things out and learn a few things here and there, you know. But let's see. There you go. Genshin Impact cost about $100 million to make. So I'm gonna have to say it's gonna probably be roughly almost the same, maybe less than Genshin Impact for Withering Waves or so to be made. We'll just say roughly about 50 million to 100 million or so that WUWA was being made. I'm gonna say somewhere around there, right? So if these developers are wasting that much money on these games, right? Specifically these games, why wouldn't I judge them in that same level of like AAA, you know? Because these aren't like your normal standard, you know, gacha games anymore, you know? If they're costing this much as in development time, development money. Let me see here. It could be. It could be. Let's see. It's reported that the development and marketing budget of Genshin Impact was around 100 million. There you go. It was even with marketing budget as well. It was 100 million. So there you go. I just disproved you, Dubstep. Eldivers is listed as 50 to 100 million. Just a quick comparison. Okay. So yeah, if we're gonna try to like guess or so, I guess WUWA would have cost between 50 million to 100 million or so. I'm just gonna take a guess, right? Because we can't see the numbers, you know. But Genshin was made in 2020. Okay, but it's still I'm still saying that, like, you know, WUWA still would have cost around 50 million to 100 million. So Fletch actually might make it cost way more compared to now. Well, we don't know. We don't know. We don't have the budget, you know. No, I have the numbers. What numbers is that? What's the numbers, Sage? Am I actually getting sick? I feel like I'm getting sick, to be honest. I have some weird thing in my throat right now. In the back of my throat, like I'm about to get sick or something. I had a deep dive that shit, but it cost Kuro Games about 40 to 50 million. 40 to 50 million? Where's the source of that by any chance? Do you know where the source is at? So according to some people, that Kuro Games was never a AAA company until after the release of WUWA. Yeah, because they were trying to make a AAA game basically. So that's basically like their first step into breaking into the AAA market. Hey, Tiv. How was your stream, Tiv? How was your stream? What'd you stream by any chance? So for a company that has never been in a AAA, this is pretty good attempt, not going to lie. Yeah, it's still a pretty good attempt, like I said, but I'm still gonna judge it harshly though at the end of the day, so. I'm still gonna judge this game harshly because I know for a fact it can do better, you know? So it's kind of unreliable. Okay, yeah. I'll just say a roughly between like 50 mil to 100 mil or so for WUWA or so at least, because we're kind of like using Genshin Impact as like the first, you know, pioneer of these kinds of standards of games or so. So I'm gonna say between like 50 mil to 100. I'm just gonna roughly say it there until they actually say it, you know, in like some kind of blog post or a documentary or so of saying like, oh yeah, the game cost about like, I don't know, 80 mil or something like that, you know, something like that, you know. We just have to wait. We just have to wait for them to say it specifically. So. Let's see. Okay, so I'm doing some notes here, right? So let me see here. So this is what I put, right? Well, it's interesting because due to their first trailer release with the gameplay from the Game Awards, some people speculate that after that they received like a shit ton of backing, so the numbers are wonky at the moment. Actually, you're probably right. It could have been a lot higher, to be honest. You're not wrong. Ever since the first trailer that was released or so. And it was probably gonna be like a pretty good investment on the game. You're probably not wrong from there, actually. So it can't, yeah, so I'm saying between 50 to 100 mil or so. I'm gonna say that roughly around there, you know? 50 to 100 mil. Who knows? It could probably be more. I don't know. I'm just gonna say a rough estimate, you know? It could be between 50 to 150 mil. And I feel like I'm gonna get sick or something. Of course I'm right, it's me. I do research like a fucking mole to figure shit out. So do I. I do that as well, but for some apparent reason I can never find some leads sometimes for some stuff. We were discussing about Ling Yong too as well. How Ling Yong was like, what was like, honestly, like what was the point of him being on the front lines, you know, of the defense of the front lines to defend the city, you know? I'm like, he's supposed to be a cheerleader, you know? You know, he's not supposed to be a fighter, you know? He's supposed to be a cheerleader. Makes no sense as in story-wise. At least on the release of Withering Waves, you know? But it makes more sense or so in the beta. His beta version makes more sense than his final release version of WUWA. What was his beta about? Well, from what we've noticed or so, from the beta from Ling Yang or so at least. I think Dark has the best explanation for it. Yeah, because this is closed beta. This is closed beta 1 of Ling Yang compared to these specifically, right? Damn, Chad, I might actually get sick actually. Goddamn. I haven't gotten sick in a long time. I think I know what caused me to got sick too as well. I think my cousin got me sick. It's probably what's been happening too, because I haven't not been getting that much sleep or so. For some reason, I keep waking up. I keep waking up early, so. No, it's because my immune system is weak. I've been only getting like three or 4 hours of sleep, so. Interesting. Let me see. So let's see. The Man of Ling Yang companion storyline is just Rover. I'm sorry I let you down. This is on my side. Now that I think about it, I'm laughing my ass off. Lamau, finally someone said it, bruh. He is sounding like a Discord mod talking to his kittens. I don't really care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. They should have kept Ling Yang's old model. It would make way more sense. Way more sense in this quest. Oh, here we go. Let me see. I really like Ling Yang because his playstyle, because he looks so smooth. Wow, his aerial form. Blah 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 blah. Don't care. Let's see. Dang, the old model makes it clear that he is the last resonance using beast. This one is just a dude with some cosplay items. I do hope we get more of his kind though, and that they lean more into the animalistic aesthetic could be. Probably not. CN fans didn't like the furry model, and it seems that Kuro is giving them what they want. Also, the problem with his old character's personality in CBT1, everyone hated Awu, so they had to redesign him completely. I still hate him and only started to hate him after beginning his quest. I really don't see CN complaining about this, about that one furry dude in ZZZ though. Dude, it's not just the CN fans. Western fans calls him a furry negatively with the current model. Honestly, it's kind of funny. I'm not sure if Kuro misunderstands or if the WUWA CN community is just that made the Awu being rude. But it's hilarious seeing the character like Lycon, Mountain Ninja, Criminal, as he was so cute. Yeah, don't care. Let's see. It's really a shame how easily Kuro was willing to kill a unique design. I don't really like his model now, but his old furry design is not entirely unique either. Eric keeps going about the dance cutscene is just played. I actually really enjoyed his companion quest. It was really well made. You think that was freaking well made? Excuse me? Okay. Alright. You're valid to your own opinion, I guess, but it's a wrong opinion though. But let's see, come in. Not really interested in the story. I wish I would have played in the other betas, to be honest. You guys have no idea how badly I wanted to get into those betas so I can actually like record and have the footage for the beta themselves. Yeah, I think like this is kind of like, it's funny because this part right here, this specific part right here, I'm not sure if Kuro misunderstood or if the WUWA CN community is just that made Awu being rude. I heard that his personality was him being kind of rude or so, or kind of being a bit mean or so. But this kind of like puts my theory, this kind of like puts my theory or so that these animalistic people were never friendly towards the humans, you know? They were never like buddies, you know? They always hated each other, you know, in some shape or form. I think that would have been a nice dynamic for character building for a story specifically. Than what we have now with Ling Yang. He went for a full-on furry ears. The old one is more unique, but generally the new one is just much better. Definitely they should have made the old one. It's because the problem is, right? The problem is why this doesn't look very appealing compared to this is because look at the color palette. It's just only black and white, you know, with very little, you know, yellow, gold-esque. The design is more bland compared to this design, you know? That's the only reason why, you know, compared to this this looks more appealing than this does, you know? It's just the outfit itself and the color palette, you know? It's fine to keep the, you know, the white and black for the fur and everything, right? Because it's supposed to be a white lion, right? But the problem is it's the outfit is what I'm talking about, you know? The outfit itself is what gives it the issue. You see, he came out from a black and white comic book. Yeah, he just doesn't like the color palette of his outfit and everything else. Like they could have kept this design, but they could have just redesigned the outfit itself, you know, to make it more appealing. But instead, they completely scrapped it and decided to go with this instead. So, you know. I like both in my opinion. Old one needed to be a bit more work. I'm not gonna make any. Awu was changed because of an uproar in Asia. What was the uproar? I think is Awu. He's one of the captains of the Midnight Rangers along with Gion. What the fuck? He used to be a captain for the Midnight Rangers? What the fuck? That would have made more better sense in my personal opinion. He's a general. They did a full 180 on his character. Oh yeah, no, they definitely did a 180 on his character. He also sniffs you in game. The whole final quest is everyone getting badass moments anyways. It's not supposed to make sense. Yes it is. It's supposed to make sense. You're fucking telling a story. Are you telling me if you're gonna tell a story you're not gonna make it make sense? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, Tiv. Truth to be told, 70% of the cash should be related to the Midnight Rangers. So 70% of the roster, it was supposed to be related in some shape, way, or form to the Midnight Rangers. Oh, that's a personal thought I had for WUWA. Interesting. I'm gonna write this down. Let me see. I'm gonna write this down in my notes because I'm making a review or so for this game, so. I'm gonna add that in my notes real quick. So. I want to see if there's anything more related to this. What happens if we type Awu instead? Let me see. Will we find more stuff about him specifically, or are we just only gonna see here? So Wuthering Waves CBT 1 versus CBT 2 trailer. These are more like cutscenes from the game, from those betas or so. Let me see. There's a little bit of gameplay mixed into as well. So I'm trying to find the Awu in here. I think it's just only that cutscene though. Yeah, this is the only thing that's there, to be honest. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm sorry, Tiv, but I'm going to judge this game how it needs to be judged, okay? So this is just, if you don't like my opinion, that's fine, you know, that's a-okay. But I'm still valid with my own opinion, and the stuff that we have looked at or so kind of actually proves my statement or so for most of my things. So that's fine if you like the game, but it still deserves the criticism that it needs to have. So this could have been better. I'm more deeply disappointed, so. Where the fuck is this cutscene at? I would have been interested to see what this was all about, to be honest. It's the same from the technical test. Interesting. That is when you lost to 50-50? Okay. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Wind, fire, and ice. They've already had this planned out already. They've already had this already. They already had this already planned out. Yeah, but when you switch elements, it's the same thing, though. It's literally, it literally looks like this. So they've already initially have them already in the other elements. Put that under. I'm gonna put that under there for the meantime. That's interesting. That is very interesting that we've already technically have other elements in the game itself. exhibition gameplay trailer. I see. I remember seeing this actually. This was literally the first gameplay trailer I saw. And he wasn't purple, he was red and white for color scheme. Yeah, he definitely had more martial art moves. It's funny. Another thing that's very funny about this specifically, right? The lighting is way different compared to like the later betas or so that was played, you know? In all the other CBT betas, it was a lot darker and gloomier and purple, you know? Compared to this one specifically. I think I prefer this color scheme a lot more, to be honest. This color scheme, I like it a lot more. You can barely see any colors on this? Man, you probably need to check your monitor, to be honest. That's concerning. Or your eyes, at least. Was that the ultimate? Was that the old ultimate? What the fuck was that? I see why they redid the ultimate too. God damn. Interesting. This boss fight is not underground, it's above ground. That is interesting. That is actually very interesting. There's 2 Memphis, don't forget. Let me see. There's 2 Memphises or so. They're named differently? Wait, they're both named differently? Oh wait, I already have that tab open. What am I doing? I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. I think it's this one. Yeah. It's an Overlord class. You said there is 2 Memphises. Thundering Memphis and Tempest Memphis. Can I see the picture real quick? So this is Tempest, and then this is Thundering. Which version of this one is it? Is that Thunder? Yeah, that's Thunder. Wait a minute, this guy had a whole cutscene and he had a second phase? Did we ever had a second phase and a cutscene for Tempest? I don't remember. I don't think we do. Not to my knowledge. Interesting. They completely scrapped that. So he was... It's like he was... So this actually does give the fact that these, like... These overworld bosses were supposed to play a more significant role in the story. Maybe a second phase for hologram. You really think they're gonna do a cut? You really think it's gonna have a cutscene for the hologram? I already did some of the hologram fights already. They don't have cutscenes for second phases. They don't even have a second phase to begin with. No, what I'm saying, chat, what I'm telling you guys is there a cutscene and a second phase for Memphis? I need to know if it's a yes or a no, not like maybe hologram. No, I'm talking about I'm talking about this itself. God damn it, chat. Stop throwing what if. No, we're talking about this. Stay focused. Yeah, no cutscene for any hologram at least until the second to last. I don't know. I don't think they will do that, to be honest. I don't think they'll have cutscenes for this kind of thing. So this still just proves my statement that the Echo bosses were supposed to play a more significant role. You know, they were supposed to be part of the story, because you just don't give a random, a random open world boss a cutscene without it being a significant part of the story, you know? They were supposed to be part of the story in some shape, way, or form. Because at the end of the day, right, if you completely scrap it, right, that's just a waste of money and a waste of time that you decided to do that, you know? Because when you're making a trailer, right, you're usually mostly using gameplay from the game itself to make a trailer. And then you just mix in like CGI cutscenes in the trailer itself, but I don't think none of these are like CGI besides like in between like the fights themselves to like to say like having phase 2 and whatnot, you know. Interesting, its face was breakable before. Because one of the horns or so on the turtle broke. Yeah, interesting. It's so okay. Oh, what the fuck? That was part of the gameplay mechanic? What the fuck? Are you serious? That was actually part of, like, gameplay mechanic? What the fuck? Why wasn't this in the game? This actually would have been so cool. What the fuck? Interesting. Yeah, but what I just said, I literally said the mechanic of him throwing this shit at you. This is not part of Tauchi's kit, okay? This part is not part of Tauchi's kit. Like this whole scene that he backs up, charges his shit, and throws this ice thing at you. You know? That's not part of Tauchi's kit. This whole entire fight scene, like with this part itself, is completely separate itself. So I do remember that you're supposed to climb up on its back and hit the bell. We don't even have a turtle hologram. Calamity bosses are calamity bosses. I remember seeing this, that you're supposed to climb on the turtle's back or so. I gave up going, I gave up to the bell when he is down. I just hit the leg anyway. Can you even go up on the bell at this very moment, Crane? Can you still go on its back and break the bell? You can? Okay. Yeah, because I remember that being quite a significant thing or so. Even then, though, this still proves that this is supposed to be a cutscene for this boss. He does have moves if he isn't down. Yes, you can break the bell. It's just a lot of stagger damage, but meh. I do DPS him. I do DPS him down. Yeah, but this still proves the statement that this right here specifically just kind of proves that it's supposed to be. This was supposed to play a significant role. Like it was supposed to be, you know. Why do you think? Why? If it's in the game, Crane, why bother wasting your money to do it? Especially for a phase 2 of the fight. This is a phase 2. This is not a phase 1 introduction. This is a phase 2. Yeah, this is why I'm criticizing the game, how there's so much cut content. There was so much content that was being cut that some of these contents should have been in the main game, to be honest. Because that's phase 2. This is phase 2 of the fight right here. And there you go. See? And that's when it begins the phase 2. The cutscene adds depth, and even Elder Rings got cutscenes before the fight, and even for phase 2. Thank you, for the love of God. I feel like I'm talking to myself or something. Sometimes I'm just kind of like, I have to slap them silly to make them understand of what I'm trying to convey here. But at least Dubstep's understanding a little bit of what I'm trying to say here, so. But like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like these specific boss echoes were supposed to play a significant role in the actual like story itself, you know? I'm like, you just don't give a cutscene or so for a phase 2 of a boss fight for just any boss, you know? Like even when there was a boss fight between it and Jian, if I recall in the story, there was a cutscene between the bird boss or so with Jian. So it still proves my statement that like this boss here was supposed to play a significant role in the story. No, it is different. It is different what we had at launch. They literally rewrote the story like 90% of it, so they had to rewrite it, so. Interesting. I'm gonna add this. I'm also gonna add this too as well, so. Because I do want to focus on some of these things, that some of this content was kind of cut or so. They should have probably should have, some of these should have been in the actual, like, you know, in the final game, actually, in my personal opinion. Okay, this is in that, okay, I know where this is at. Yeah, they completely redesigned a little bit in this midsection area, to be honest. I know where this is at on the map. I personally don't like that fluffy creature that is inside the rover. Why couldn't our rover just have the ability to absorb echoes? One of the things that I said or so specifically when it came to like storytelling, right? Because we all know that Crownless, it just feels like Crownless should have been like a more significant role in the story besides what we had. Hey Yusuf. One of the things that I said specifically earlier in stream was that if they were really adamant in not changing like how Crownless was supposed to disappear and everything like that, right? I basically gave the recommendation that maybe they should have done like the best equivalent was like Ichigo from Bleach or so, or like a Cyberpunk 2077, you know? You suck in freaking Crownless, right? But then like throughout the story or so he taunts you and stuff like that and you can see him but nobody else can see him, you know? That's basically is what I recommended or so. If they were really adamant or so on like not changing the story, you know? Because Crownless spoke in the betas. But he doesn't. But they took that away or so in the final release of the game, which I think it was a bit of a missed opportunity because I think they were trying to do something with that character, but then they just completely like threw it out the window. So he's fucking dead, Tiv. Yeah, like he got the bullshit like monster revive at the very end, which is the most cop out in storytelling ever. That's like literally the most dumbest cop out in storytelling ever. I'd be like, "Oh, I fucking revived him, you know, with the power of bullshit because I'm the queen, you know?" So it's kind of like okay, all right, sure, I guess, you know, but it's still such a cop out for it specifically, you know? So this was the first beta, right? Let's see CBT2 real quick. So this was CBT2's cutscenes. I swear to God, dude, she still looks like Lucia from PGR. I swear, chat, she really looks like Lucia from PGR. No, this angelic god looking thing. Dude, she really looks like Lucia. she really looks like Lucia. Like, no joke. She really fucking looks like Lucia, to be honest. The facial structure is literally the same as Lucia. Look, I get it. I understand they're using probably the models or so from PGR, right? Because because PGR has 3D models and stuff like that, right? They already have them already rendered and everything, right? They already cut the work already. But at the same time, it's like, bruh, come on, dude. You want to know another thing too? I noticed all of the cutscenes is only 11 minutes compared to the CBT1. CBT1 had more, was a lot longer compared to CBT2, which is interesting. I don't think they rewrote the story. I think I'm starting to lean towards that they cut out some of the story. I'm having a suspicious feeling that they barely rewrote the story. Now I'm having more of a suspicious feeling that they cut some of the content out and decided to like re-edit just small tidbits, you know? No, it doesn't. The story is fucking butt cheeks, Tiv. I think I prefer old Encore than new Encore, to be honest. Maybe a little bit, but not a whole lot, though. I think the old Encore was a little bit more better, personally. What the fuck? Did the dragon look like that? I don't remember the dragon looking like that, actually. Looks a little bit different. Dragon looks a little bit different. Let me see. Hold on. Is it less shiny? It looks a little bit different, to be honest. Oh, but it happens later, doesn't it? Happens like right here, right? They moved it. They moved the boss. I mean, they moved the dragon or so. I fucking knew it. They did redesign the dragon. I was about to say, I was like, this motherfucker does not have that many eyes. Yeah, they fucking redesigned it. Yeah. I was like, I do not remember this dragon having so many eyes. That was the one thing that drew me in, was like, what the fuck? This thing has like fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what, 10 eyes in total? What the fuck? Yeah, it really did look more demonic, to be honest. Oh, chat, did you guys notice? They completely got rid of the cutscene or so where he does the five-finger punch. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it anymore. That's interesting. I think I kind of liked it. I think I kind of liked it more so from the five finger. I actually like I think I like Crownless a lot more in the older version than the new one, to be honest. I think old Crownless was way better. What the fuck is this cutscene? Oh, they completely moved that cutscene over, so. All I need a character with a drunken fist fighting style. All characters already got the drinking baller on their back. Wait, was there really a cutscene or so that like the main character touches her head or so, getting a headache, and then it just quickly jumps over to Jian or so, fighting in the front lines? Yes? Okay. So that made it to the final game. I remember this. I remember this one. Oh, interesting. Was he was not on the he was not on top of the roof, was he? Yeah, that also made it into the final game. Okay. You can definitely tell that the lighting or so is a bit different. So. The text gets cut off. Wait, where the fuck is this? Is this part of Gion's story quest right here? Gion's quest? Okay. Oh my god, that just literally just proved my statement that this boss fight was supposed to have a cutscene. That just literally just proved it. Interesting. Interesting that this boss was supposed to play like, well, number one, a significant role in this, and then also it's supposed to play a significant role in the. It's kind of weird that they changed it from like being an overworld boss with a cutscene and everything, part of the main quest, and they moved it over to a hero quest instead. Like they basically like demoted it, you know? Because we all know for a fact, right? There are people out there that play single player games that don't do side quests, right? There are those players that do not play side quests. As someone who like not really enjoy too much side quests, right? The only time I ever enjoyed playing the side quest was like The Witcher 3. But then those developers made side quests very enjoyable though. Especially with like anime games where side quests are kind of like throwaway quest or so, right? That's probably why they kind of like demoted the boss itself to like a side quest basically, instead of it being part of the main quest. That's always like one of the big things I always criticize about anime JRPG games, right? Their side quests are so dog shit, you know? Like overall, it's just bad, you know? They can't make really good side quests compared to like, you know, the standards of like The Witcher 3. Like I get it, you know, not every single JRPG should copy, you know, The Witcher 3. But it's a pretty good where you kind of want to find yourself where you want to be on the spectrum, you know, of like making a good side quest, you know? Because like 9 times out of 10, right? People don't like to play side quests or do the side quest in a lot of like JRPG games overall, right? Because most of the times, usually JRPG games are mostly like not voiced. And then also they're kind of like mostly fetch quest or like, oh, go over here and defeat some enemies, or go over there and defeat some enemies over there. So it's kind of like, you know, some quest modes are not even voiced, which is understandable because they're not essential to the story. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, compared to like The Witcher 3, where like basically side quests are voiced, you know, and some of them do hold significant parts to the main quest, you know. Just letting you guys know, chat. I might be getting sick. Just letting you guys know. So.
这是为什么呢？原来是个圈套。有意思，你们不会真的以为能困住我吧？
别想逃！
我很想留下来陪你们玩一场，可惜，朋友们，再会。
别想，就这样离开。
Yakuza or the Like a Dragon got good side missions, and most side missions don't have voice acting. That's true. That's very true. But that's like very few and far in between when it comes to JRPGs, though. You know, like when it comes to like Yakuza or so, they usually lean on the spectrum or so, right? I feel like the best for side quests, right? Like if there was like a spectrum, right, for like the best side quests and everything like that, right? You have The Witcher 3, which is on the right side, right? And then the left side, it could be, I don't know, some shitty JRPG game that has like terrible side quests or so. You can just put it over there on the left or so. And I think in the middle or so, right? If I have to put it in like perspective or so, right? For like being kind of like okay here and then like kind of meh over there or so. I can't really think of one off the top of my head specifically when it comes to side quests. Like, it's just in the middle of the road, you know? Because Yakuza leans towards to the right when it comes to side quests. I was gonna say Yakuza in the middle, but it kind of does like disfavor or so, right? Because I actually did enjoy like almost every single side quest or so with Yakuza. I don't think there was a like a side quest where it felt like it was a chore, you know, and I like didn't want to do it, you know. If you're gonna complain about a game not have voiced on quests, complain about Blue Archive because they didn't even voice the main story, not even the story quest of the students, just their live 2D in-game wallpapers. Well, I don't play Blue Archive, so. On the note of criticizing the game, I'm amazed they still don't have 120 frames enabled again. Aim assist makes camera super weird for me. Well, they said it was a bug or so that was happening or so for 120 FPS. They'll bring it back, so. Okay, Tiff, just because you didn't have the bug, it doesn't mean it does not exist. It does exist. That's literally is what they've said or so. That's what the developers had said themselves. I'm going from the mouth of the developers. That's the reason why. That's why I always get my information from true sources and facts, so. They got rid of it for a reason for the meantime, so. They'll bring it back later, so. Once they've fixed the issue. But that still proves my statement that this guy is supposed to be a dancer and not a warrior. he's still supposed to be a dancer, not a warrior. So yeah. So he's not a warrior. So it makes zero sense for him to be on the front lines or so, on the final defense or so, for like, yes, we must hold the line of the defense or so because the Discord moderators are coming to attack us, you know. So it just honestly just makes no sense for him to show up whatsoever, you know. It's just kind of like, okay. makes zero sense. Just makes zero sense. Let me see. It makes no sense that there were two moments back to back where a character is like, leave stalling these guys to me. You go ahead. In which part or so, you know? Let me see something. So this was 3 months ago.
Let's go.
Pizza time.
Yeah, because this is the fight. Yeah, because this is the fight. This is the fight with the bird itself. So, to be fair, a dancer can be a warrior. Eddie from Tekken uses the Brazilian dancing combat. Is it practical in real life? Nah. Yeah, but there's a difference between that, right? And when I mean a dancer, right? Right? Specifically for that, at least. Where is this dude at? Because let's be honest here, right? You're going to be defending the line or so, right? Against these monsters, right? The Discord moderators, right? Right? You're defending it, right? Are you gonna tell me? You're gonna tell me, right? You're gonna tell me this, Dubstep. This little twink right here. You're putting you're basically trusting this little twink to fucking protect you on a defensive line. You know, kind of a little bit like, do you want this? Or do you want the old man with the hat? I think I'd rather lean towards the old man with the hat, in my personal opinion, compared to this, you know? I'm just saying. even though his original story, right? He was supposed to be a Midnight Ranger. He was supposed to be a captain of the Midnight Rangers under Ji Yuan's general command. That's what he was supposed to be initially. Instead, they turned him into a dancer, an entertainer. Desperate times, man, can inspire the troops with a few steps. With a few steps. Shut the fuck. Fucking oh my fucking god, this motherfucker. Oh my goodness gracious me, dude. You can't be fucking serious. Oh my god. But honestly, what makes more sense? A random dancing entertainer or a captain of the Midnight Rangers under the general what is it? Under the general of Ji Yuan, who he was supposed to be a captain under the orders of basically Ji Yuan, who is a general of the of that army or so. Like what makes more sense, you know, as in story wise, you know? I don't think the latest Kendrick Lamar music is going to help support the morale or so for the soldiers on the final front line. I'm just saying, you know. You're not gonna see him crip walking to the fucking front lines, you know? I'm just saying, you know? Why not? I play too much RPGs and I bring a dancer and a singer to a Demon Lord fight. This man could be his chance to get in the army. He's going to get the general position with step 2 left, step 2 oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah, he's gonna have a breakdance. He's gonna have a breakdance battle 1v1 against the fucking enemies, you know. They're just gonna have a street battle or something in the middle of the goddamn road, you know. That's how they that's what he does or so to defend the line or so. He's just gonna break dance or so. Fucking A, dude. It honestly makes no point in a story process. Like it honestly makes no point for this guy to be in this godforsaken cutscene, you know. It honestly generally does not. It really does not make sense whatsoever, you know? Like, generally makes no sense. Alright, let me see here. So let me write down real quick. So, okay, so let me see. So let me see. I wrote down they do seem to care and are listening to the player base, which is very much respecting compared to another gacha who doesn't listen and has been ignoring their player base for over, you know, has been ignoring their player base. Overall, these were just minor things, and hopefully, oh, this is not the story wise. Here we go, the story. Let me see. So I actually prefer the beta encounter than the release product. I need to write that down. Hold on, give me a second. Release product. Since Crownless Encounter was so lackluster in my opinion, in his dialogue when he jumps in and speaks to the MC, he says, "Have you seen my crown?" And this is and he also let me see, hold on. And he also says, I'm starting to feel bored. It's a good distraction. It can buy a lot of time. So why are all the ladies you meet at the start of the game in the cutscene? Let's dance actually proceeds to dance. I'm gonna be honest with you though, it makes no sense to be honest. No, that's literally what he says in the Chinese beta or so, back in CBT1. That's literally what he says. Oh yeah, also Crownless loses his five finger punch or so? Is that what it's called or so? Or was it the 5-finger death punch? Oh, the 1-inch punch. That's what it's called. The 1-inch punch. Got it. Okay. It's called the 1-inch punch. I know it was something like that. Let's see. Same goes with the other bosses, and some of the overworld bosses had cutscenes introducing them, like the Crownless. Here we go. And then also, what is his name? What is this one's name again? His name was. No, it wasn't this one. Thundering Memphis. Memphis. Thundering Memphis. I'm gonna completely change this line real quick. I think I saved it, I think. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, exhibition gameplay trailer. Let me see. Let's see. So some of the overworld bosses had cutscenes introducing them, like Crownless, for example. Crownless, for example. Thundering Messes was also supposed to play in some kind of significant, in some significant form in the main story, in some way or in some way, shape, or form. In some way, shape, or form. Let me see. What else did I wanted to talk about or so for at least the bosses, the overworld bosses? In some overworld bosses cutscenes introducing them in like Crownless, for example. Thundering Memphis was also supposed to play in some kind of significant role in the main story. Was there anything else that we talked about or so for like the overworld bosses chat by any chance? Oh wait, I should probably give an example or so for Crownless or so. Let me see. What is it? So, granted, in the story, you seem to be the Messiah or the next coming of Jesus, praising, of Jesus. Being praised. Of being the best of something. I don't know, to be honest. After watching some of the cutscenes from the earlier betas, I actually liked some of the aspects where they suspect you, since they found you in a chasm full of mobs unharmed. You also absorbed the crownless, not in the gourd, but in your body, and they suspect you of being suspect you by that nature. That sort of nature, everyone. Let's see. So everyone. So let's see. Everyone. So let's see. Everyone suspecting you in some shape, way, or form. Then later, let me see. Is there any like? Let me see. You don't even know either. So that just proves the statement that like they praise you for being the Messiah or the fucking of the coming of Jesus. So let's see. Is there a CBT1 playthrough? These are all the different crown lists, right? Yeah. Interesting that they got rid of. Interesting that they got rid of a lot of the details or so. Interesting. You can see the detail fades away from the first CBT compared to the CBT2, and then the final release. I assume this is what it is, or the newest one, I guess you can say. Then they completely got rid of this or so. That's interesting. What was the reason? Why did he get nerfed?
Crownless is the first boss battle in Wuthering Waves, and due to that, players have had high expectations of him. Unfortunately for many players, however, those expectations led to disappointment. But why did people have such high expectations in the first place? Crownless has been featured prominently in all the Wuthering Waves marketing material right up until release. Most notably, he was the featured boss fight in the gameplay trailer at the 2022 Tokyo Game Show, and even the latest dev interview when talking about the improved combat mechanics section. That, and with him being the first big boss of the game, it's understandable why many people were looking forward to this fight. So how did it play out? Damn, that's pretty good. Spears of rock erupting from the ground, the sonic attack disorientating the team, followed up by him suddenly appearing not even an inch away from the rover's face. They exchange a couple of blows and we're in the fight with Yang Yang as the support. What is there to be disappointed about? Well, if this is the only thing you've seen about Crownless, then I'd say nothing at all. However, not everything is in a vacuum, and many of us have been following this series since the first announcements. So this was CBT 2. How about CBT 1? It can't be that much different, can it?
So he's a high-ranked devourer is what he is. I'm at the part in the game now where I have to direct the general with tactics. It's actually funny because there's only one right answer for each of them. So fucking dumb. Yeah, it's the illusion of choice. But at the same time, my biggest gripe with that is General Gion is literally asking you to direct his army of what to do when he's literally the general of the army, which makes no sense whatsoever. You're just letting some random person basically making you decide of what if his troops lives or dies, basically, you know? It's like if I get a PhD in something and go to work and ask Makaz as a job. So fucking stupid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so dumb. Like, it's actually in a story perspective point of view, it is the most dumbest thing I've ever seen as in storytelling. It makes no sense for you to be choosing life or death situation or so, you know? I know, right? Why I can't position my gunner behind the melee troops? Are they doubting my decision? The general is testing the rover. The general got plans with the rover. Okay, buddy. Okay, dubstep. Also known to Aussies as McDonald's. Oh, I see. I turned it off for now because we're busy. We're busy doing some things right now at the moment. Yusuf. Mech kiss. Oh, okay. Because this is the CBT 1 of Crownless, Sage. This was basically the introduction or so for Crownless himself back in beta 1. I know, can you believe it? Yusuf is here too as well. Yusuf, Sage is here, you know? It really is, but it also doesn't matter because they made it a quick show off moment for the characters, at least in my opinion. The part where temp characters sucked mattered more to me. Yeah, but it still doesn't warrant that the story still sucks, you know? We're critiquing the story itself, you know? There's other places that have done story better, you know? What do you mean they made it quick? They've had technical tests all the way to the final release with the same character. With Crownless, you know? Why put on a spectacle or so? Why even bother making a figurine of Crownless? Why make Crownless the center figure of everything, you know? Makes no sense. I bet after this they will listen to the complaints and make it better. Well, I hope they do with the story anyways. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm ripping the story apart, to be honest, to the point that they need to get this shit down right, to be honest. You know, hey man, it's called tough love for a reason. You know, I want it for it to do better, and I know they can. I know they can do it because I've played PGR and I've played the story in that game, and it is very entertaining.
流星只能追到这里了。
开始感到乏味。
Okay, now I get it. The darker tone and overwhelming nature of Crownless really comes across to us as the viewers with some great action pieces in that short time. Bullet dodging speed and ferocious knees to the chest, a spinning roundhouse kick sending Yotan flying to the ground like a chewed up ragdoll in Pitbull's playpen, finishing up with an intense power beam emitting punch for which Yang Yang sacrifices herself to keep us out of harm's way, leading us to think, wait, is she actually gonna die here? Yang Yang, no! Personally, while I have no problems with the new cutscene, I think the version in CBT1 was clearly much better. It's not that we're dissatisfied and blindly asking for a better version, it's that we've seen the better version and feel that we're being given something inferior. The issue many people have is that it feels like something was taken away from us. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that what we got in CBT2 is actually closer to the technical test way back in the beginning, so we went from this to that, then back to this. To quote this user here, we lost a meaningful target for word-of-mouth advertisement. Pointing at the Crownless encounter and saying to people, this is just a tutorial boss, felt really good. People were rightfully impressed. It set Wuthering Waves apart from the competition. So why the change? Unfortunately, I couldn't find any definitive reasons online. The closest thing I could find is that the CN playerbase didn't like seeing characters that they want to pull forward getting harmed.
No fucking way. Dark was actually right. They didn't want to see their waifus get beat up. No fucking shot that fucking Dark actually called that out. Oh my fucking god, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. No, is that the reason why they changed it to what we have now? Holy shit, dude. China is the most biggest pussies I've ever seen in my entire life just because their fucking poor waifu changed it. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, man. We could have had the better version of Crownless. Holy shit, Dark actually called that out. Oh my fuck. They changed it because they didn't want to see their waifus get beat up. Damn. This has to be Genshin players. Dude, no fucking shot, dude. Oh my fucking god. I know their mindset.
Anyway, if I were to guess at another reason, admittedly it is a little long for just the first boss fight, and having Crownless be able to do all this cool stuff in the cutscene only to get curb stomped by a newbie like us right afterward would have seemed a little bit odd, so I can see why Kuro Games might want to have changed it. While some players preferred the harder fight in the previous version, it seems most users are praising Kuro Games for the improvements to the combat mechanics and tutorial fight in general, but still wish that they could have kept the cool intro from CBT1. Okay, so there's this one thing in the CBT2 that really stood out to me, and it's a tiny nitpick. Where the hell were Chixia and Baiju? Why is Yang Yang the only one supporting us? In CBT2, all three of them, including Yang Yang, were infected by the sonic attack, so if Yang Yang is good to fight, where are they? In CBT1, Crownless wiped the floor with everyone except MC, which explains
Yeah, that's actually very true, actually.
why we were fighting by ourselves. Like I said, it's a nitpick, but I still found it a little bit odd. What do I—
No, that's not a nitpick. That's actually a big like plot hole or so for the story. That actually makes a lot of sense, to be honest. That makes more sense in story cohesiveness.
I think, as I mentioned in my last video, various other changes have been made to CBT2, but I don't think that affects this particular fight. If the point of contention from the playerbase was Qixia and Baiju's distrust of the rover and excessive violence to the characters, then they could have just used Crownless's first intro, toned down the attacks a little, cut out Yang Yang's near-death scene, then just keep the fight and cutscene afterwards. That's what I think they should do anyway. This guy agrees too. Crownless was much more intimidating when he was mixing the team up. Why couldn't they have left him intimidating? Thanks, AskPlus628. I know you've always got my ass. But this is still CBT2 after all, so maybe, hopefully, Kuro Games takes this kind of down-the-middle approach when it comes to the official release. But what do you think, Kuro Games?
Interesting. If I was right, the reason for removing the voices is because they just don't want to hear a male voice. Very true. Right now, they couldn't see the Crownless. Now I know they said that like he said like this part in the video itself is like, you know, it doesn't make sense, you know, a level 1, right, beats up Crownless or so, right, in the fight, right? But this is what I threw in my opinion, right? I think they should have done this in the story specifically, where Crownless actually kicks your ass, you know? Like, he does actually kick your ass. Like, you may look like at this point, you know, like, they could have made it like actual, like, Dark Soul bosses, right? Where if you beat him, you get like an extra cutscene, but it still ends the same way of you getting your ass kicked, right? And then if you lose, right, you don't get that little small extra cutscene or so, and it just plays the normal cutscene. Because they've done it already before, and that's PGR. The first boss fight that you fight in PGR was Alpha. And if you manage to beat Alpha, you get a little extra cutscene. It's not super huge or anything, but you get an extra cutscene or so. Besides, you know, and then it plays the normal cutscene of you losing afterwards. I've known this because I've done it multiple times, so. Yeah, like Sekiro, exactly. Yeah, they could have literally done it like that. And then you would have Crownless be available throughout the story, instead of Crownless be only available at the beginning of the game, and then at the end of the game. You know, well, technically, he got Monster Reborn, revive bullshit powers, you know, and then, you know, he came back to life, basically. And that's literally the only time you ever meet. It would have been better if he was like this. So this is what I decided to wrote with the character, right? So you do the boss fight, right? You're getting your ass kicked, right? You lose the fight, right? And then he's about to finish you off and whatnot, right? And then Ji Yuan would show up, you know, to come into the rescue or so. And, you know, and you get saved by Ji Yuan, right? But then Crownless disappears, you know, actually gets away, right? And then basically he probably says something like, I'll be waiting for you or something like that, right? Because he wants to fight you at like your full potential, right? So I feel like it would have been better if they wrote him as a character to be like, I guess you can say like, what's the best way? What's the best way to see it? What's the best way? What's the best way? What's like the best way for story or so? I guess like the best way or so from Hunter x Hunter or so. That one redhead guy or so, where he wants Gon or so to be like stronger or so. So he basically kind of like waits for him and tries to like, you know, lean him towards, you know, for him to become stronger and everything like that. Kind of like being like a rival, basically. I feel like they should have done that with Crownless specifically. And it would have been very nice to have him in that sort of shape or form, you know. To have him like be like, oh, I can't wait to see you at your full potential, you know. And then you meet him, at the end of the game, right? The second to final boss or so, and then you already know who Crownless is. You already know how powerful he is and whatnot, right? He's like no pushover and shit, right? And then you fight, and then you have a good second to last boss fight with him, and you defeat him and everything like that. And then you fight, you know, the queen, you know, right after Crownless. I think in my personal opinion, it would have been better that way specifically. But I think they should have like definitely have him show up in between the story or so from along the, you know, because technically he's supposed to, like, come on, man, he's supposed to be a right-hand man to the queen, at least, you know. Because at the end of the day, right? Why revive the crownless or so if he isn't your right hand man? You know. Hey, Mikarin, how you doing there, hun? Carry me. I'm baby UL 33. Wait, you mean in WUWA or so? I think you might be higher than me, to be honest. I think you might be a higher level than me, actually. I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna also add this too as well, because I want to actually pinpoint. I want to actually like send them over to this video. I'll add this to my review as well. So you're higher level than me, actually. I barely reached like what 30 yesterday or so, or 31 or something like that. So 30. I think I'm 30. Barely reaching the 31. So. Let me actually write that too as well, actually. Let's see. So let me see. Granted, of course, the fighting the Registine / Rubik's Cube in Genshin is lackluster compared to Crownless. But ever since I watched the other beta and the technical test of WUWA, they actually gave Crownless personality. Since Crownless talks to you for a brief moment, gives a jump scare, gives a jump scare like Five Nights at Freddy's. I actually prefer the beta encounter than the release product. Let's see. Since Crownless encounter was so lackluster in my opinion, in his dialogue, when he jumps in and speaks to the MC, he says, "Have you seen my crown?" And this also and he also says, I'm starting to feel bored." Also, Crownless loses his 1-inch punch move cutscene. See, I only have level 60 characters. I don't even think I have any level 60 characters, to be honest. Let me see. But they what they should have done, what they should have done instead is having. I will make him actually belittle. I will make him actually belittle the MC. But after the MC defeated by Crownless, he went on to the power up arc by sucking echoes. Then on the final, the MC overpowered him and caught him by surprise by the MC's astonished growth in such a short time. Are you talking about? Like you know, like as in like Crownless like basically, you know, defeats the MC, you know? Let's see what they should have done with Crownless's character. Have him defeat you. Then having GU1 come in to save the day. In order to introduce Jin. Since for those who don't know, in earlier betas, you actually meet GU1 early instead of late in the game. Let's see. What they should have done instead is have Crownless, the character, have him defeat you, and then having GU1 to come in and save the day. In order to introduce Jin, so for those who don't know, in earlier betas, you actually meet GU1 early instead of late in the game. And have also have a extra cutscene for Crownless if you manage to defeat have an extra cutscene for Crownless if you manage to defeat him in the first encounter. Since they did that in PGR. And it would have been a nice cherry on top for those willing to defeat him at the beginning. Yep, like he's just to see the MC as a worthless worm. This fits his character actually, since he doesn't take it serious when facing opponents weaker than him. Yeah, cause he did say I'm bored. I feel dull for this. You know, he feels bored. You know, because this is basically is how I have it, right? So let me see. Let's see. Granted, defy since the crownless talks to you for a brief moment, giving you a jump scares and gives it a down. It's cutscenes. What they should have done instead is have Crownless the character, Crownless's character. Let's see, make sure to Crownless's character have him defeat the MC. Having to defeat the MC, then having Jinyu come in and save the day. I think definitely Jinyu coming in to save the day, right? To introduce the character would have been a better choice in my personal opinion, right? Because in the earlier betas, of course, you meet Jinyu early, so it would have been better that way, specifically, right? Because later on in the game or so, he's like, "Oh, I knew you were the one." I was like, how the fuck do you know I'm the actual, like, the important character, you know? Like, nobody told you how I look like or anything like that, you know? Did someone just Discord called you and told you, the MC character wearing black and gray with booty shorts and a black hair or so, with another girl with a blueberry outfit or so, you know, with weird blue highlights in her hair, are coming over to help you, you know? I'm like, okay. I'm like, no one really told JD1 like what the MC character looked like, you know? Let me see. So let me see. Also, Crownless loses his one inch punch move cutscene. What they should have done instead is having the Crownless character have him defeat the MC, then having Ji-Yuan come in to save the day in order to introduce Jin. Since for those who don't know, in the earlier betas, you actually meet Ji-Yuan early instead of late in the game. Also, have an extra cutscene for those have an extra cutscene for Crownless if you manage to defeat him in the first encounter, since they put it in PGR, and it would have been a nice cherry on top for those willing to defeat him at the beginning. And of course, for those who lose, they just get the normal cutscene of you losing. Period. Also, since Crownless, let's see, Crownless. Let me see. Let me write some of the stuff that you said, Dark, real quick. Since it's Crownless sees the MC as a worthless worm, this fits his character a lot more. and it could have been a nice. Also could have written the character as a what was the word, as a rival, wanting to see the MC, get more stronger to fight at his slash at the, let's see, hold on. I want to get the get stronger to fight Crownless at full potential. The Crownless acts like a king, in short. Why are zombies good at Minecraft? They have great dedication, bruh. No, they should get the good cutscene like all Souls like. No. They should just do it how they do it in PGR, right? When you fight Alpha or so, there is like a bit of extra dialogue or so. In PGR, if you manage to defeat like the first boss, which is Alpha, right? Because I did it on my Taiwanese server, and I did it on and I did it in China. I did it on my Chinese I did it on my Chinese account first because I wanted to see if there was like an extra cutscene or something like that. And there was an extra cutscene on the Chinese one. And you only get like a bit of extra dialogue or so, but then you still lose or so, and then it just plays the normal cutscene right after or so, and then, you know, it goes through the main story or so of you basically dying, you know, because you lost basically. So to fight the Crownless at full potential at the end. And the fight would have been more impactful to fight, and would have left a good taste in your mouth. Period. Let me see. At the end of the fight would have been more impactful, and then to fight, it would have left a good taste in your mouth. Is there anything else? I think we kind of pointed out everything that we need, right? Like, you know. Here, I'm just gonna put this, for example. For example, what they should have done instead is having the Crownless character have him defeat the MC, and then having Jin Yuan to come in to save the day in order to introduce Jin, since for those who don't know, in the earlier betas, you actually meet Jin Yuan early instead of late in the game. Also have an extra cutscene for Crownless if you manage to defeat him in the first encounter. Since they did that in PGR, it would have been a nice cherry on top for those willing to defeat him at the beginning. Of course, for those who lose, they just get the normal cutscene of you losing. Also, since Crownless sees the MC as a worthless worm, at the end of the worthless worm, let me see. This fits his character a lot more. Also, could have written the character as a rival, wanting to see the MC get more stronger to fight Crownless at full potential. Let me see. So, rival wanting the MC get more stronger to fight him, to fight Crownless, at his full potential. At his full potential. At the end of the story, let's see, at the end At the end of the story, the fight would have been more impactful to fight and would have left a good taste in people's mouths. I'll say it, in people's mouths. In people's mouths before fighting the final boss. The final boss. So sorry, I turned that off for now because we're kind of busy doing a discussion or so for today. So oh no, so okay, so let's see. So okay, so I just put what do you guys think, chat? Do you think that's pretty good or so for the review or so? Because I put in, for example, you know, what they could have done, you know. What they could have done instead, you know. What do you guys think, chat? Do you think that's a little bit more better? Let me know what you guys think, because I want your guys' opinion on this, because I'm gonna do this review, and I'm gonna do this review of Withering Waves, but I want to make it good at least, you know, and very, like, you know, sounds good. Yeah, because he loses his 1-inch punch cutscene. He doesn't have it apparently, which kind of sucks in my personal opinion. I think it would have been better personally if he had his, you know, his 1-inch punch. Okay, so here's the next part, chat. Here's the next part or so. So this is the next part of the story or so for the review or so. Same goes with the world bosses. Since some overworld bosses had cutscenes introducing them, like the Crownless, for example, Thundering Memphis, also supposed to play some kind of a significant role in the main story in some way, shape, or form. And then I'll show like the cutscene or so for the Memphis boss, at least, you know. I'll put it in parentheses. Would have left a more bigger impression. Would have left a more bigger impression to players on some of these bosses. Period. I have a question, chat. For those who have completed Withering Waves and also completed everything from Withering Waves, does Dungeon have a story quest by any chance? Like, does she have a story quest? Or no?
尝试访问重启程序，允许访问，连接中，正在进行资质加量，满足重启资质，思维连接中。但我奇怪，他们一般不会来公路上才对。Todas las cinematecas de la CBT1 de Withering Oscuro
ha logrado que las cinemas destacan por la increíble calidad y detalles en las animaciones. Yeah, because this cutscene is like is not in the game, right? Like whatsoever, right? Like there's no quest for this. There's no side quest, right? There's no hero quest for this. Is it in the game? Can you guys confirm this by any chance? It's not in the game? Okay. And also this too as well. Look, there's even a cutscene. There's even a cutscene for this boss fight right here. You see this, chat? You know which boss fight this is, right? There's a cutscene for this boss. So you're telling me this is cut content then? That's basically is what I'm getting, is what I'm referencing to, is what you're saying, dubstep. So you're saying this content was completely cut. Because it's not available in the CBT2. It wasn't available in CBT2. And it's not available in the final game. So this was only available in the closed beta, the first closed beta. Interesting. What's the name of that boss? Let me see here. What's the name of that boss specifically? Was that the name? Is it called Myriad? Yeah, Myriad. And before the cutscene got removed was due to my wife who got touched by other by other men. Actually, you know what? You might be right. Actually, that could actually probably be the reason why they actually removed the cutscene. You're actually not wrong. Ever since we saw that video or so showing basically they didn't want to see their waifu getting hurt, it would not surprise me that is the reason why they got rid of the cutscene. If I remember correctly, did he say did he literally say like you have grown so much or something? Is that what Danjin's dad says? I mean, there is content right now. I'm 100% the map. There is some cool mini games and challenges. There are harder bosses. Fuck, guys. Is that what he says or so, Dark? Does he say like you've grown so much? I think it is Danjin's dad. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm leaning towards Danjin's dad, you know. But what did he say? It says you had grown up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I put in you have grown up. You have grown so much. That's what I put. I'll put that's great. I assume that's just like the second part or so. Yeah. At least for me, what I'm seeing, it seems like Donjin is avenging her dad or so from this world boss, basically killing her father. I guess that's what it kind of like gives me, that vibe. This would have been a nice way to add her in the story and introduce her in some way, shape, or form. Some way, shape, or form. Period. Okay, so let's see. So I put that specifically. Okay, let me see. Let me see the next part of the paragraph that I said. Granted, in the story, you seem to be the Messiah or the next coming of Jesus, being praised for being the best of something. I don't know, to be honest, since. Okay, here we go. Since some NPCs praise you of doing something. Praise you. Let's see. Since some NPCs praise you. In some shape or form. Okay, so this is what I wrote. Chat. Granted, in the story, you seem to be the Messiah or the next coming of Jesus, being praised for being the best of something. I don't know, to be honest, since some of the NPCs praise you in some shape or form before you reach the end game. Before you reach the end of the story. The end of the story. After watching some of the cutscenes from the earlier betas, I actually like some of the aspects where they suspect you since they found you in a chasm full of mobs unharmed. You also absorb crownless, not in the gourd but in your body, and they suspect you by that nature. Everyone suspecting you in some shape, way, or form, and then later opening up to you and trusting you in the final moments, in my opinion, would have been more interesting. Would have been more interesting, and can also make great character development as well along the way. So the storyline is rushed. I fucking knew it too. I knew you would say that. Oh, is this Donjin's quest or so? I brought back the protective gear. Thank you for convincing Captain Gion for me. If it were just me, he wouldn't let me to investigate. Ah, I see.
是丹井，看来这次的故事跟丹井有点关系哈。
But the closer we get, the more certain that I have to come here. Let's investigate together. If you feel anything weird, just let me know, okay?
丹井真的好可爱哦。喜欢。
Oh, these are the devs. These are the devs talking. Oh, that's interesting. What the fuck? Let's move. I can't wait anymore. Even just standing in here. You want to know something, Sage? This cutscene here, this quest here, has been cut out from the main game. You cannot play this cutscene. This was in the closed beta 1. He's calling through my heart and ears. Maybe you can say that the characters are way too trusting and friendly towards the rover from the start. There was a missed opportunity for the character development. Yeah, because like because Chixia and Baizi look at you as suspecting this, right? The only character that should be like looking at you as like friendly is the magistrate. The magistrate should be the only character to be friendly towards you, right? To prove your identity that you're the Messiah or whatever the fuck, you want to call it, right? So I feel like that should have been better in story writing, personally. Like, those people distrust you and everything like that, right? And that's how it is. We're talking about story-wise, Tiv. We're talking about story-wise. We're talking about cohesive story writing. I've wrote stories for quite a long time, to be honest. I've played a lot of single player games. So, like I said, it's, you know, for them to be super friendly towards you makes no sense, to be honest. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to that everyone can, like, you've saved the fucking universe, you know? So you're saying the concept of Withering Waves' story is good? Question mark? You like that everyone is like friendly towards you, even though you just spawned from this world? No, no. I need to know a yes or no question, Tiv. You know, I'm just gonna continue. I don't think you're understanding what I'm trying to say here. Let's move. I can't wait anymore. Even just standing in here, I hear the voice keeps calling through my heart and ear. I mean, I'm free to play. They should be. Who is that has been calling me again and again all the time? It's her dad. It's her dad. Go to the mining area. Okay.
哦，这好像是一个新的装置。
是的，我们把之前的滑翔装置做了一个优化。
哦，我看上面还挂着一个葫芦呢。
Interesting. They changed it from being a giant cavern that's open in the middle to being a giant drill in the middle.
是的，它是我们
That's interesting.
嗯。话说这个地图还可以继续往下，纵深好深啊，是我之前没。
Interesting.
这个地图是我们的天城附近的一个矿场，它叫虎口矿场。
哦，挖矿的。
Whoa, this is completely different from closed beta 2.
你们为什么又回来了？难道还想继续探索吗？
请放心，我们不打无准备的仗，已经装备了专业的防务设备。
不会再让你有那样可怕的经历了。You won't have to face such terrible experience again, Choice.
为什么不听劝呢
Why can't you just listen?
因为那个声音。
Because I have to find the source of that voice.
只有知道了他是谁。
Only by knowing who it is, Dungeon, everyone will not be disturbed by it anymore.
你看起来好眼熟。
You look familiar.
丹奇以前和你见过面吗
Have I met you before?
不。
No, maybe it's just my imagination. Forget it. If you still insist on going, the entrance to the tunnel is just over there. You have to blast the rock of that Night Ranger used to block the door. Interesting. I hope you return safely. I will be waiting here.
哦，这个难道就是之前被吐槽的控物吗？
哈哈，确实感觉好像迭代了挺多的。
Night Rangers must have used a lot of strength to move that rock. I didn't expect it to be blown up all at once.
有个新的敌人在冒着航线。
这个冰茧看上去好像有点危险。
也跟这个地图有。
We're about to enter the misty area.
好，那我
I'm
们
a
继
little
续
bit
深入。
nervous.
好了，我们走吧。
Another cocoon. It seems very common to found in here.
道理似乎很常见，会不会和迷雾中的怪物有关系？破坏掉它，继续向深处。
Let's destroy it and keep moving.
走吧。
哦，这个背包。
这是谁的背包呢
This is the backpack left by the exploration team.
他们的主人。
I'm definitely adding this. I'm definitely adding this into the review as well. This is going definitely 100% in the review.
被迷雾吞噬了吗？瑶瑶，你看，这里。
Look, Yang Yang, there is a sign of the Night Rangers here. Looks like they were once Night Ranger members.
有夜归的标志，他们也曾是夜归的一员。如果他们走出了这里，
If they escape, they could have become my family. Dungeon is so obsessed with family after all.
也会成为我的家人吧。当他们，
But they...
丹吉，丹吉没。
I'm fine. Let's take a closer look. There must be some information left by them.
我们再仔细看看吧，这里一定有他们留下的重要信息。确实留有数据。
There is indeed some data left. Is this the investigation notes at the time?
这是当时的调查笔记吗？还有夜归编号。
There's also a Night Ranger's code. Jianshin Night 1111620592. Interesting. That is interesting. That they said Jianshin's name.
加西耶1111620592。丹姐能感觉到。
Because technically in the beta, right? The first beta or so, Jianshin was supposed to be part of the Night Rangers. If I remember correctly, right? Because like I know you guys said specifically that Jianshin was supposed to be like most of the cast or so from Withering Waves was supposed to be part of the Night Rangers.
离那个声音越来越近了。
好像有个声音一直在吸引我们继续往深处走。
明示的一击。
With a single strike of Ming style martial arts can create such a large
都可以造成那么
cavern.
大的空穴。
这里的景色完全不一样了。
只剩几个挡路的茧了，快把
There
它
are
们
only
解
a
决
few
掉吧。
cocoons left. Let's get rid of them. Look at this shit. This thing has a whole entire quest and everything. I think I would have preferred this actually if this was actually in the game to introduce this boss.
出现了更多的兵舰，
看来避免不了一场二战，全是冰块。一看这个场景结构，它就在吸引我往深处走。
看来是 BOSS 战的场地。
This is one of the reasons of game development. If you don't have an actual like clear goal or a clear like a clear roadmap of what you want to do with like your game in general, right? Before you start like the development of phasing and everything like that, right? And then you decide to cut some of this content, that is such a waste of time and a waste of money, you know? My version of Beat Boy dancing his way to the army is better. Okay, buddy.
迷雾了。
是吗？来，我们来看一看。
终于，快要到了，
Finally, it's almost there.
马上就能知道。
I can finally know what is the voice that keeps
究
calling
竟
me.
是什么？
啊，一看这个结构
It looks like
boss
it's going to be a
战
boss
是我最
fight. Yes, one of my favorite boss fights.
喜欢的 BOSS 战。
就在这里，
It's here. The
一
voice
直
keeps
呼唤丹
calling
姐的
me.
声音。
要来了，要来了！
What the fuck?
哎，好像有什么很关键的东西被剪掉了。他怎么就死了？
Interesting. That is an interesting mechanic that they literally damn, dude, they literally got rid of a mechanic like that in the boss fight. Ah, dude, that fucking sucks actually. That's actually really bad, to be honest.
单子的样子有点怪。
That is such a cool mechanic to hide behind rocks or so, and then you're having to defeat, you know, the pods or so. Like this part is really cool. This is really cool. I wonder what this mechanic was, actually. I'd be very curious to see the full entire boss fight. It's actually very interesting.
好像有什么很关键的东西被
That's interesting. I don't know the exact reason why they didn't put this in the global or JP livestream, but I will make a guess. The reason is probably because this is a game cutscene. It's still unfinished for EN/JP dubs during the time they make this video. They probably still have a lot of things to do, which is also the reason why the beta isn't available for all regions. Also, we don't know exactly whether Rover is a silent MC or not in here because they cut some scenes on purpose to avoid spoilers. But in the technical test, Rover actually has voice and actually talks several times in the story. That's interesting. They literally got rid of this specific mechanic here in this fight. This mechanic right here would have been so nice, and personally, and this would have been a nice introduction to these bosses. I feel like that's what their goal was originally, is to have like these bosses have actual like significant play in the story with like these cutscenes and character development and stuff like that. They definitely had a plan to do that, but then for some apparent reason they completely scrapped it or so. And then they just decided to just plop them there, and then that's it, you know? I think personally it would have been better. This would have been better 100%. This is definitely would have been a lot better personally. That kind of sheds a little bit more light too as well. Why does Robert not talk from the start? Oh, because Chinese doesn't like guys speaking to their waifus. That's the reason why. That's why he was mostly silent, so. This would have been a nice way to add her in the story or introduce it in some shape or form. Let's see. Okay, so, this is how I have it, chat. This is what I have it. So, same goes with the other world bosses. Since some of the world bosses had cutscenes to introduce them, like the Crownless, for example, Thundering Memphis, was also supposed to play some kind of significant role in the main story in some way, shape, or form. You know, I'm showing a cutscene or so of the Thundering Memphis or so boss cutscene. Would have left a more bigger impression to the player on some of these bosses. Also, in the CBT1 dungeon actually had a quest, but it has been cut. I assume they will add it later, but since they actually played, but this actually played a big role with the overworld bosses. Would have been nice. Would have been nice getting. Let's see. Hold on. Would have been nice getting some lore about the Lampy Lumen Myriad. Since it looked like the father of Danjin saying, "You have grown so much, that's great." It seems like Danjin is avenging her father's death by killing Myriad, but I could say, no, because then she knows. No, but like she knows, you know. No, because she knows that her father is gone. But at the same time, she doesn't have like the vengeance kind of kind of way. What's the best way? What's the best way that we can write this or so? It seems like Danjin. Is like a rather significant shift of focus. What do you mean? They definitely focused off somewhere else or so. They should have definitely done this actually. It actually would have been a lot better, in my personal opinion, for like they get introduced, all the bosses get introduced in like some kind of special cutscene, in my personal opinion. I think it would have been better, personally. I think it would have been better. It would have been probably better for storytelling as well. Because man, dude, the story that we have now feels so rushed. It feels so terrible, to be honest. And people are praising the final acts or so in this game. I'm just gonna be like, bruh, it's not that great, to be honest. It's not that great. It seems like Dungeon finally finds out whose voice it was all along. This would have been a nice way to add her in the story, or and introduce in some way, shape, or form the boss fight itself. The boss itself, and would have separated from copy paste from Genshin Impact. Period. There we go. What do you guys think of that, chat? I think that's better, in my personal opinion. So let me see. So same goes with the other world bosses, and some of the overworld bosses had cutscenes introducing them, like the Crownless, for example, Thundering Memphis, was also supposed to play some kind of significant role in the main story in some way, shape, or form. You know, would have left a more bigger impression to players on some of these bosses. Also, from CBT1, Dungeon actually had a quest, but it has been cut. I assume they will add it later. But since this actually played a big role with the overworld bosses, it would have been nice getting some lore or about Lampy Lumen Myriad, since it looked like the father of Dungeon saying, "You have grown so much. That's great." It seems like Dungeon finally finds out whose voice it was all along. This would have been a nice way to add her in the story and introduce in some way, shape, or form. The boss itself, and would have separated from the copy paste from Genshin Impact. Maybe it's too early for Dungeon. They can still bring the Dungeon story for later batch. You can say Act 1 could have been more impactful to have these kinds of stories really built up characters. Yeah, but even then, it would have been nice though, because to begin with. But at the same time, right, we're kind of judging it at 1.0. We're not judging it at 1.1. You know, we're judging it with 1.0. You know, don't say, oh, they might bring it in the future. But we're judging it now on release date. We're not judging it, oh, you know, the next batch. You know, because then I can do the same thing for Genshin Impact. You know. It's like, oh, we're not judging it for 1.0. We're judging it for 1.1, you know? I don't think that was an epic story, in my personal opinion. I've seen more epicer stories than ever, to be honest. I understand that they will probably add it in the future, but the problem is, why even decide to cut it out of the story? You know, they could have just put in the quest in the they could have put the quest in the actual game itself, and it would have been a nice pace or so in the main story. Because remember, you wake up, you go to the city. You go to an abandoned village. Scar talks to you. You go back to the city. War is about to break out. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So, nothing really happens in between that's like really interesting, in my personal opinion, you know? It would have been nice if we had something like that. Because remember, Dungeon is supposed to... I suppose Dungeon... Well, because she just said it herself, right? She's supposed to be... Dungeon is supposed to be part of the... what is it? What is it? The Shadow Riders or whatever the fuck they're called? And that's Jin Yuan, who is the general of that, you know? So Dungeon is supposed to be, you know... So I assume there must have been a quest or so for this specific in the main story, because she's talking, she speaks about GU1, and then she wants to be part of this this mission or so about the Myriad, the bug or so. So this technically would have fit very well actually in the main story. It would have gave a good pacing and actually introduced Danjin in the story itself. Let me see. So it seems like Dungeon finally finds out that the voice whose voice is it? It was all on. This would have been a nice way to add her in the story and introduce, and in the story also no, in the story and in the story. I'm just gonna end it there, to be honest. In the story. In the story, let's see. And I have it in parentheses saying play the video of the dungeon quest or so. The boss itself would have been separate. Let me see. Hold on. The boss itself would have been impactful. Let's see. Would have been impactful. Also separating from copying Genshin Impact. Let's see. And also being a league of its own on quality for all, what is it, overlord bosses, right? All overlord bosses is what they are. Overlord bosses, period. Okay, let me see what the next part is that I wrote or so. Let's see. Granted, in the story, you seem to be the Messiah. You seem to be the Messiah or the next coming of Jesus, being praised for being the best of something. I don't know, to be honest, since some of the NPCs praise you in some shape or form before you reach the end of the story. After watching some of the cutscenes from the earlier betas, I actually liked some of the aspects where they suspect you, since they found you in the chasm full of mobs unharmed, and you also absorb crownless, not in the gourd, but in your body, and they seem to suspect you by that nature. Everyone's suspecting you in some shape or way or form, and then later opening up to you. Let's see, hold on. Some shape, way, or form. Let's see, put this here real quick. For example, they could have done for example, let's see, for example, they could have had everyone suspecting you. So suspecting you. Suspect you in some shape, way, or form. Then later opening up to you and trusting you in the final moments. In my opinion, would have been it would have been more interesting, and also make great character development as well along the way. instead of you spawning into instead of spawning you into a world, spawning into the world where they praise you for being the only mother. Yeah, I was gonna put a joke in there, being the only motherfucker who should be getting praise. I was gonna put a meme or so. I was gonna put a meme or so for the slime, in that specific part of the script. I mean, the chosen hero from the prophecy. Great, I'm gonna separate that real quick. It's funny that every single one of every single one. Let's see. Also wanted to add that in the CBT 1 you actually meet what's her name again? I forgot the character's name, to be honest. The girl with the pink hair. I forgot the fuck her name is. I think she's a Havoc character, I think. Tauchi, yeah. You actually meet Tauchi at the entrance of the city. But more on her later, period. But more on her later. It's funny that Yuki... No, be quiet, you. It's funny that every single one of these... It's funny that every single one of these games, their story writing for the altered China seems to fall flatter than the Titanic sinking to the bottom of the ocean. For being the greatest country, it is what they say. They sure can tell a really good story for their part of the region compared to other regions. To be honest, I don't know if WUWA's main city is supposed to represent China in an altered universe, but from looking at their outfits, seems likely. But who knows? Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Who knows? Yeah, I like that part. I like that witty little joke, to be honest. That's a good joke. I don't know about Blade and Soul Story, to be honest. It's a fucking 3 or a 4. If this was my first gacha game, this story is actually ass, to be honest. Let me see. Let's see. Still a proven fact they can't seem to write wills. Still a proven fact that they can't seem to write well stories. I do think it's oh my bad. I don't think. Let me see. Hold on. I don't think it's worse than Genshin or Honkai Star Rail. No, in fact, I think it's better than Genshin, and just a bit better than Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, that's better. Granted, of course, I don't know whose decisions to bring Dancer Boy into war is beyond me. Is beyond me, period. Since originally, what is it? Ling Yang, aka what was this fucking Awu? Yeah, Awu. Is it 2 U's or is it 1 U? It's 1U. Okay. Since Awu was supposed to be a... What the fuck are they called again? I forgot what they're called again. Hold on. What are they supposed to be called again? Were they called Night Riders? I forgot their names or so, actually. Midnight Riders, right? It's called Midnight Riders, right? That's what their name was, right? Their battalion, right? Their soldier battalion, right? Midnight Riders. That's what they're called. Yeah, the Midnight Raiders. Okay, alright. Just making sure. It's called Outrider of the Night of Favonian. Okay. Alright, buddy. Okay. Not terribly unhappy with the exposition being out of the way. Now they just need to release good story. Well, we'll see if they'll release a good story. The Midnight Raiders are the primary military force tasked with protecting Jinso region and the external threat. Jian is one of the leading generals of the Midnight Raiders. This military branch is to Huanglong defense strategy, deploying wherever the nation enemies pose a threat. The Vanguard is responsible for conducting offensive combats, operations against the Tacit Discourse. They have stopped recruiting non-resonators in recent years due to the advent of increasing intense battles. The Rear Guard protects the city and conduct a number of non-combatant roles, such as the logistics, transport, maintenance, and medical care to support the Vanguard on the front lines. The Outriders operate independent from the main troops, focusing on gathering vital information about enemies' territories. Their mobilities and combat prowess makes them essentially in navigating uncharted territories and uncover potential threats. So the known personnel is Jian the General, Yan, Yang Yang as the Outrider, Danjin. Look, there's his name right there, chat. Guan. There's Gon Quan or so, but he's fucking like he just gets introduced in the fucking story for like the defensive front line frontier or so, and then he's like right here. Xiu Lan, the rear guard, Ling Di, and Xin Yu. Known connected weapons, the Dauntless Super Knights. Interesting that this guy's name is here, to be honest. I assume that's him, right? The fucking dude with the hat? Oh no, he has a different name. So the only ones that are available is Jian, Yang Yang, and Danjin. You know, the funny thing about it, what's his face is not even on this list. Which is hilarious, even though they said that he was on the he is part of the Midnight Riders. He was a captain or so. Let's see. Is anyone able to give me a summary of Wuthering Waves' story before Kuro changed 90% of the story, and also why it's so bad? As mentioned, an overall presentation felt linear and it filled with errand boy and girl quests before defeating the area boss. Obviously, most similar games to blah 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 blah, near Elden Ring, Spider-Man, God of War, can boil down to going location to location defeating bosses, but find ways to make the story feel interactive regardless of feeling on the actual writing. In terms of the characters, I actually I feel actual testers probably felt characterizations were very off at times too. It's not really just about being hostile slash aggressive initially like Chixia, but even throughout travels, that the feeling didn't change much for her. Ah, okay, so that's the reason why. She still kept that that hostility, aggressiveness towards you. It would have been better if she evolved over time. It's understandable to be extremely cautious given the world stranger and the power Rover displayed, but you'd expect her to be at least become neutral at some point, given her hero characterization and Yang Yang putting some faith in you. Yeah. See, yeah. So they fucked up. So they basically fucked up her story, and they didn't do it very well. But it seems she didn't, especially since Yang Yang, Chixia, and Baiji seem to be our Grey Raven here. Also take cutscenes like Sanwa and Jinxie's first meeting.
等等，
住手！是客人。盟主，
盟主，盟主！
Yeah. No. He is part of the Midnight Red because he knows it's the magistrate. That's interesting. That is interesting. This looks cool, but step back and look at the scene for a moment yet. Yes, it's probably the royal slash sacred place, and Sunwa defends Jinxie with her life, but Rover is literally being escorted by Awu, Taochi, and Jian, the motherfucking general of their army, Lamau. If Rover was confirmed a threat who needed to be dealt with swiftly, do you really think they'd be there with those three? Again, similarly with Chixia being on guard, is one thing comes out, hand and sword commands you and not to move, and this is the offensive stance until Jinxie tells her to be at ease. But to anime style openly attack and hold your sword is someone's throat before saying anything is another. Let's see. Proceeds to put their names in the books of grudges. Who else? The story in it itself wasn't that bad. I can sum it up if you want, but the complaints were about when the gameplay was integrated with it. It was literally a chore fest. You have to do whatever the NPC tells you, and it basically boils down to go to this location and just beat up monsters and collect 27 sunflowers and forcefully feed them to rabbits, then make the archaeological team some rabbit soup I didn't say what happened to China now did I? In the before CBT story, we were treated as a threat since we came out of nowhere and were insanely strong, even going as far as pointing a gun, even as pointing a gun at us and not wanting to be near us. This is understandable, but China Bros wanted respect, and the characters to unreasonably love them. I don't know what is in their mind. Okay. Okay. So it's China that decided that didn't want the actual story of Chixia and Baiji and like other people being hostile towards you. We global players usually have no say in this. Damn, dude, that is actually interesting. So again, China just basically is dictating how this game should be coerced in storytelling. Actually, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this actually. That is actually interesting. Interesting. I hate this so much in any game. To expand a bit, the rover wakes up in the gorge with no memories, meets Yang Yang, they travel and meet up with Bailin and Chixia, but then are attacked by the Crownless. Their world suffered an apocalypse in the past that brought these monsters called the Tacit Discords into their world, whose sole purpose seems to attack and destroy humanity. You fight the Crownless and then travel to the city of Jinzhou. It didn't have a name in the CBT one though, which is part of the nation of Huanglong. There are 6 nations on the continent. Huanglong worships the dragon deity called blah 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 blah, and Jinzhou is led by Jinshi, who is some sort of religious attendant who can communicate with the dragon or something. Huanglong has a group called the Midnight Rangers. Oh, the Midnight Rangers is what they're called. Okay. Made up of resonators that fight against the discords led by the commander Jian. In the aftermath of the apocalypse all those years ago, some people experienced mutations and gained strange abilities. These people are called resonators. All playable characters are resonators. Okay, I see. Jian tells you that sometimes there are like waves that occur that revive the Threnodians and certain high level power discords. And right now, it seems like the waves is brewing. I don't know. It wasn't really explained well, to be honest. Hence, you and Yang Yang travel to various Threnodians and Huanglong, defeating them. In the mine area, I don't remember the name, you work with Danjin and fight off the weird icy bug like Threnodian and get some lore on Danjin. Her family died in the mine incident when this Threnodian appeared at the bottom of it and hears voices calling her from the deep within. Ah, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. I kind of figured as much. It'd be something like that. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that actually. So let's see. In Forsaken Abundance, you work with Awu to fight the Scarlet Motorcycle Rider Threnodian and get some lore on how Awu was raised by the previous general, who's famous for fighting this Threnodian. Hence why Awu wants to fight himself. He fails, if I recall. Wow, this actually makes more sense, to be honest, about Ling Yang. That actually makes more sense in his story writing, to be honest, and it makes sense for him to be in the final act in the defense or so for the war, you know. In the forest area, you work with Kakarot, who is kind of a bitch to you, to be honest, and fight off a giant monk. Dude, I fucking called it. I literally called that. Oh my fucking god, dude. And then at the end of the story, in the swamp area, you work with Yinlin to fight off the giant bird Threnodian, which was never defeated and has been roaming the mires ever since it appeared after a couple years back during the last wave or something. Also, at some point, Scar breaks into the palace of Jinzo and you confront him, but he gets away after stealing something. And that's it in CBT1. It was a bunch of boss/monster fighting, and then the lore and reasoning isn't super well explained. Granted, it's CBT1 though. I liked working with the different characters and being on like a team. That was nice. Chixia, Bylin were surprisingly irrelevant, though your main companion is Yang Yang. Also, there weren't any like villains. Sure, you fight Scar, but you don't know what he is up to, and he is kind of irrelevant for the entire story besides his one moment. It just seems like a generic normal storyline to me. Like, it's very basic in my opinion. Like, nothing makes it stand out compared to other games. It's like every other isekai manga where the villain takes over the world and the protagonist fights the villains, and that's it. I see. Okay, this is actually a good summary, to be honest. This is actually a good summary. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this, actually. Yeah, so let me see. Was supposed to be a midnight ranger. That is why it makes more sense for him to be on the defensive. On the defensive front line. So period. Let me see. I'm gonna throw this. I don't think. Let me see. Let me see. It's actually very interesting to read, actually. Very interesting to read most of that, actually. Let's see. I don't think Ling Yang crip walking to the enemy and having a dance off would help in any way, shape, or form. Period. Let me see.
Meet Danjun. She's one of the 4-star characters you'll meet early on in Withering Waves. But if you thought
Donjin too controversial?
Knew her before, think again. It seems that Danjun has changed a lot, perhaps in response to criticism about her personality previously. Let me take you all the way back to Withering Waves' first closed beta test. Danjun was a kind girl who placed a lot of importance.
I went to try to crip walk at the dance off. Yeah, I added in there, but as a funny joke, I said, this is what I said. Where did I set it? Where did I put it? Oh yeah, here it is. I said, I don't think Ling Yang crip walking to the enemy and having a dance off would help in any way, shape, or form. That's what I wrote as in for like a funny line or so for the review. That's what I put. What do you think, Dubstep? Do you like that? I'll probably put like some gif or so of like, I don't know, some random dude breakdancing or so in the middle of a street or something as a gif or something.
On protecting those around her. She considered her found family to be real family and would protect them no matter the cost.
I am willing to give everything in exchange for it.
Her big, soulful eyes would look rather empty at times. In battle, her demeanor changed completely and she became aggressive and bloodthirsty, a real berserker type character. And while it may be cool for this outwardly cutesy character to belie a much darker
Should be a Star-Lord dance-off. Yeah, I'll probably do something like that. Yeah. I'll make the video or so. I'll edit it. I'll take my time editing this one, to be honest, because it definitely needs a good, like, I'm gonna take my time editing it and make sure it's a good quality video for you guys.
darker interior, it wasn't handled without its problems.
Here, let me put that in here as well, real quick. Let me see. Star-Lord dance-off. There you go. Put it in parentheses there.
Back then, during the era of the first closed beta test, the website clearly stated that Danjin had dissociative personality disorder. In fact, there was a lot of emphasis on her official announcement about her mental health.
Wait, she had dissociative identity disorder? That's interesting. That is interesting.
In practice, however, Danjin was pretty close to a yandere.
Why don't you join the Midnight Rangers? That way you'll be one of us, my family, and so you won't leave me as easily. Oh, interesting. I kind of like this, actually. I kind of like this for her character, in my personal opinion. I think this is a lot better.
Archetype, with her extreme attachment to people and objects that she loved, and her extreme desire to destroy anything that got in their way. Understandably, these flippant, stereotypical depictions of mental health caused some concern at the time. There's another factor that made it feel a bit off as well,
Oh,
and
no.
that is the fact that Danjin spoke in third person. That's an anime tropey thing that I find never works well in English because it's so infantilizing. And when you combine that with a character who's supposed to suffer from poor mental health, you just end up with this really strange, infantilized
Leisure 2. This is so good. Oh, promise me you won't tell anyone. Danjin will be a good girl and brush her teeth.
stereotype that's just gonna make a lot of people uncomfortable. Now, I felt like she had a lot of cool aspects. Her design is really
I don't think so. I don't think personally. I'm not gonna say much, but I will just say the irony such character getting hate, maybe it hits some of their spot. That's probably it, yeah, because you know there's a lot of mentally ill people out there, you know. So actually, I kind of like this character. I like Danjin like this, actually. After knowing Danjin as actually being this kind of a person, I think I like her a lot more here than I do in the final game. I don't even know what she is, actually, in the final game, to be honest.
nice. Her voice actor really gave it her all.
Crimson permeate! So you enjoy hurting others? You're all stained in red, just like Danjin.
At this time, Danjin had an elder sister that was spoken.
A jade pendant which is a matching set with the one belonging to Danjin's elder sister, Zuyu. It holds a reference to the sibling's name, meaning they will never part. The pendant changes color to indicate the degree of erosion that Forte has inflicted on the wearer's body. The brighter the redness, the deeper the erosion. The pendant has never changed its color ever since Danjin parted with her sister.
Spoken about quite a bit, and it seemed that Danjin had this fear of being left behind. She didn't want to be alone. We never saw Danjin's older sister, and frankly, I was surprised it wasn't Yinlin, considering they have the same type of red hair. But that was then. Fast forward to several months later, we've just seen a character trailer for Danjin. And what's surprising is she is so different. She's almost unrecognizable. Now her eyes are full of life. She looks happier. Instead of a lost girl who became bloodthirsty in the midst of a fight, now Danjin stands for justice. It seems that she wants to help people out and do what's right. In her reports, the emphasis has been taken away from her mental health. Instead, it only mentions that her risk of overclocking is related to her emotional state and that her psychological and physical condition should be monitored. In addition, she should undergo routine counseling and examinations. In the trailer, we're given a glimpse of a dark side, perhaps, to her, but her true personality remains unclear. In recent announcements, her sister gets no mention at all, so it's unclear if she's still tied to the story at all.
Oh my god, they just got rid of her sister. Interesting.
However, her jade pendant, which once was related to her sister, is now said to hold great significance for Danjin. This new Danjin leans much more into the cute side than the creepy side, and even her expression during her resonance liberation has changed. Rather than looking lost and dazed, she looks determined. Sadly, we can tell from the latest footage that the way she delivers certain dialogue has changed, which means we no longer get that really impressive
Can't even tell if she has a different voice actor now.
"No mercy."
No mercy! No mercy!
What can I say? I was just a huge fan of her delivery before, but I get that it's not what they're going for anymore. Perhaps they'll try to explore issues of mental health in a different way going forward.
No, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. If they got backlash like this before, they're definitely not gonna do it. I'm gonna add this also into the reviewer, so because I will be downloading these or so and added them into the actual review thing.
In a more subtle way, more realistic. However, the best change, in my opinion, is based on the voice lines we've been able to see so far on her announcement page. It seems that she speaks in first person now. I love that for her. She deserves it. It just sounds so
Nah, I don't. I actually don't. I actually like her psychotic craziness, actually. I think it's more better, personally.
odd when they make anime girls speak in third person.
Because it's an anime. Because it's a fucking story. That's why.
And notably, they don't do that with anime boys either. It's always the girls. Encore also shared this problem, so I'm crossing my fingers for her too. But how do you feel about Danjin now? Do you
I don't like this dungeon, actually. I actually like the older dungeon. The older dungeon is actually way better, to be honest. Way better, actually. I actually liked it a lot more, actually. Let me see. Let me see. Where is it at? Let's see. I don't think Ling Young crip walking at the end of it having a dance off would help in any way, shape, or form. Star Lord dance off gif or so, or something like that. Also on. Let me see. So let's see. 71. Let me see, but more on her. Let me see. Did I say where's dungeon? Where's dungeon at again? I want to be able to add that into the actual clip itself. Let me see. Thundering Memphis. Dungeon plays a video quest of the fight scenes of the boss itself. Quality of the overlord boss and the boss itself. Okay. I just wanted to add that I'm adding this video into it. I think a mosquito in here. Anyways, let me see. Also, on another note, Also, on another note, why does this green hair Zhao looking at me and making me decide Let me see, decide on how to deploy genuine soldiers. On genuine soldiers on an all-out war against the Discord moderators. It's like basically asking a homeless man do brain surgery on someone. Yeah, I think I like that. Let me see. Also, on another matter, on another note, why does this green hair look at Zhao looking at us is making me decide on how to deploy his soldiers? His soldiers on an all-out war against the Discord moderators. It's like basically asking a homeless man to do brain surgery on someone. On a patient. Not just do patient, yeah. Also, let's see. Also, this all-out war was only what is it? Was only like was only 5 mobs. There's only 5 mobs on the screen. Please don't do all-out wars for gacha games. Since it throws me out of the immersion where we have this big battle coming and only 1 or 5 mobs at a time show up on screen. Yeah, they need to stop doing this whole all-out war so for these gacha games, to be honest, because we all know for a fact it's so dumb, to be honest. It pulls you out of the immersion or so when, when they have this big battle, the climactic battle, right? But then you only see like fucking 5 mobs on the screen. It's like, wow, what a big war it is. Damn, they were hyping this all up and shit, and then only 5 mobs are on the fucking screen. It's kind of like, why? I would have preferred like a cutscene or something for this. What are you talking about? No, I did not. What the fuck are you talking about? There was no all-out war in Genshin Impact. You must be smoking shit or something like that if you actually think that actually happened. Honestly, they need to stop doing this for gacha games. It's honestly just so dumb, in my personal opinion. It's actually just generally fucking dumb. Hey, Mikarin. Sure, hun. Of course. You can lay on my lap. Oh yes, forgot. Tacit Discourse let me see. Tacit Discord who I call them as Discord moderators. Well, I call them as Discord moderators. Anyways, at the final act of the game, you get ready to go to war. There, everyone joins you in the fight, which was amazing. But the issue is they introduce a pink hair character They introduce a pink hair character and this fine gentleman, but the issue is I don't even know them. I don't even know them. Period. Who are they? Or who even are they? Or who even are they? Who even are they? What's significant? What's significant? Let me delete this real quick. I eat dinner, then go honk shoe. Honk shoe? What's honk shoe? You gotta work early. Oh, you gonna go sleep or something? You should probably get some sleep. What significant role they play? Let me see. I don't even know what. I don't even know them. Who they even are? Who they even are? What significant role they play in the story? What's her name again? I forgot her fucking name again. Honestly. That's how you know. That's how you know I don't remember her name. Tauchi. There you go. That's how you know I don't remember her name, because I'm just kind of like, I forgot her name again. Honestly. I don't know if I see a mosquito or something, or it's just a fly or something flying around. I can't tell. I swear. I'm gonna make sure to see if I can kill this thing. Well, let me see. They cut this girl. Tauchi. Tauchi. In the final product. In the final product, where in the beta you actually know her at the beginning. At the beginning of the story. Beginning of the story. Getting into the city. Getting into the city. Getting into the city. Same goes for GU1. But in the final product, you don't meet her. You don't meet her till now. You don't meet her until now. Also, GU1 saying, I know it was you who is the chosen one. I'm like, let's be serious. I could just be a wanderer in these parts. You don't know if I am. Anyways, before I ramble on, since there are problems with the story and pacing for certain parts. For certain parts was just not great. Let me see, hold on. Let me see.